Good morning. Happy Monday. Happy Monday morning, everybody. Thank y'all so much for joining me this morning. How's everybody doing? Let me do a quick roll call. Quick. Let's see. Good morning, Eagles. Good morning, Farm. Melissa. Hey, amazing. Get your line replay. I've been talking. Good morning, amazing. Good to see you, sweetie. Hey, Slay. All right, have a blessed day, sweetie. Get some rest. Hey, serious. Let's see who we got here. Hey, ask question. Good morning, Miss Margie. Good morning, yours truly, Miss Monica. Hey, y'all. Hey, not her. We have. Huh? What the hell? What is Evo talking about? I read it, not her yet. Charlene, hope you doing good, Charlene. Hope you doing okay. Melissa, good morning. Hey, y'all, welcome. It is a beautiful Monday morning. Yes, it is. Good morning, Trey, with the tricks. I see the group. Lord Jesus. Oh, and then he on mute. Where's my big truth? I guess he'll be in. He running a little late. Might have to call and check. But yeah, y'all, we are back. We are going to listen to y'all see. I'm pretty sure some of y'all seen it. We're not gonna talk about it today. We're gonna talk about it tomorrow, though. Quenisha got sentenced, so we're gonna discuss that on tomorrow. I'm still kind of trying to figure out how I feel about it because I think the guilty, good, Charlene. I think the guilty verdict was a bunch of shit, but hey.
Good morning, snap, crackling, and pop.
Am I snap, crackling, and popping? Hey.
Yeah, just a little bit, man. Just a little bit.
Oh, I have static. No, I can't do static, y'all. Hold on. I don't know why some days I can come on these motherfuckers and it would work, and I just don't. And Lord, help me out, help me out. Let's see. Okay, so y'all let me know real quick. Is that you or my earphone? If it's me, or should let's say it's me. Is it me or does? Okay, it's me. All right, y'all let me know what I'm sounding like now. Y'all let me know. Let me know. Let me know. Oh Lord, not again. I'll wait for y'all to let me know what I sound like now. The same. Okay, hold on. Mm-mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm-mm. Hold on a minute. Y'all give me just a second.
What the hell happened? I'm looking around and it got quiet. No, I'm not talking to you, baby Pity. But the truth got quiet. Oh no. Jump out, jump! Why did I speak to her? Jump back! It was quiet until she heard me say her name. It just, I ain't no truth was that. I thought snap, crackling, pop was going on. Good morning, peoples. People, I ain't looking at the chat, so I don't know what's going on. With the Dinkins case, that nigga weird. It was not the interrogation video, the body cam video we saw. They labeled it as he was disoriented. No, he wasn't. That nigga was cool, calm, and collected. Actually, this is a little too calm. Like he didn't understand why she was upset. Like, you won't blame it on me, nigga. It is your fault.
Can you hear me, Charlie?
Yes.
How do I sound?
They can hear you.
How do I sound?
You're fine. I guess
You sure?
you said nothing else. Oh no, you sound fine to me.
All right. Hey, Grayson.
She done ran away.
I don't blame her. Let's see. Did I miss anybody? Y'all, hey, MV. Hello. Y'all let me know in the chat how I sound, please, so I get started. There's the truth. Now, why y'all got to come up with it? You know what? Good morning, D-Truth.
Good morning, ma'am. Good morning.
How do I sound?
You gargling a little bit.
Oh, Lord. Okay.
The truth called me a jerk last night.
Trey, you didn't put the one with the lips up.
No, that's the one I had put up last night during StreamYards, but I did it from another device, so it wouldn't let me add it to my avatar last night.
Oh, there's another one with
this is the one like where I had told her like at that exact moment. Screenshot that.
I did, and then I got another one, a better one, where she got. Matter of fact, let me go get that one.
Is it still a little static? Ask questions. But you play your audio. That's always clear. Yeah, yeah. I think I'm just gonna get started. I don't know. It's okay. We'll just have to look over it. Oh Lord, good morning. So I still, yes, oh God. I am just, y'all know what? I give up. I give up. Yeah, little stage was bearable. Wow.
It really sounds like something isn't connected, right? Like you need to flip your USB cord around or something.
It sounds like what, Trey? It sounds like what, Trey?
You cutting out.
You say it sound like what?
What? I said it sounds like something isn't connected properly. Or there's something electric around your shit that's giving it the little static sound. It's not, I don't think it's not the mic, unless it's not plugged in properly. Like you got a Bluetooth speaker around it, maybe the cord that goes, the mic cord, cell phone, tablet, near the cord of the mic that could be giving it feedback. Because that's what it sounds like, feedback. What?
Okay. All right.
Pretty dance. Stop twerking. You rock. Oh no. Ooh, that's what it looked like she said. Like she said, get on the good foot. Woo!
Truth, look at the picture.
I don't have time to look
like
I'm trying to get my sound right. What picture? Oh Lord.
It's get and that's it. I don't know what you did, but that's it there. Say something. Say wait, say
Hey, you trying to ignore me?
No, I'm not trying to ignore you.
I'm not going to sing. No. Wait
Wait a minute.
Sing up a little teapot, Truth.
Chat, y'all let me know what that sound like. I'm ignoring the sound right now.
I'm a little teapot, short and stout.
I don't even know why that lady is on my damn panel. Y'all just messy as hell. And y'all don't make shit no better.
So are you using a mic or are you still using the
If Trey said I sound better, the only thing I did was move my mic away from my laptop.
Yeah.
It started back, but yeah, move the mic away from the laptop a little bit. Move it how far away. Move it as far away from the laptop as you can.
have Tony hold it and raise one leg.
Oh my God, y'all. I am just so sick of this. Like, y'all don't understand.
Well, no, it's still there.
I know.
You're okay. You might
make sure your connection into the microphone is secure. Make sure that's secure.
Is it okay? Is it a pin connection or a USB?
It's a USB.
Okay.
There's the USB. That's why she moved the mic.
How many USBs do you have on that laptop?
Two. Mm-hmm.
Plug it into the other one.
My mouse is plugged into the other one.
Oh,
but I'll try.
Can you switch them?
Well, flip the part that you plug in around. Turn it the other way and plug it in.
I make it say I sound good now. So y'all, I don't sound good now.
Every now and then you hear a static.
All right. So y'all talk. Don't get outrageous, and I'm gonna switch them up.
Wait. Sing. I think this is it. Sing. I'm a little teapot.
I'm a little teapot, short and stout. No.
Say something. Cuss or something, nigga.
I'm saying something.
I'm saying something. Okay, I heard that.
Say you dirty mother. Okay, good.
Y'all ain't making this no better for me.
Oh, that's good. That's the best you didn't sound. That's good.
Daddy, I can sing a little teapot even better.
Say I'm what's it the thing I'm smart that they used to say in the help that used to make that little white kid say,
oh God,
I'm smart. Somebody in the chat say what it is.
So what was it, Saturday? Was it Saturday?
Yes, Saturday.
We ended up with the prosecution's opening statement. So now we're gonna get into the carry on truth. Okay, thank you. And y'all know I'm gonna put this picture up. This is the little girl, and I'm gonna put that up in hopes that they won't strike me with that picture up there. And I might speed the audio up a little bit, but I'm not for sure yet. But let's get into it, y'all. Let's get to the defense attorney's opening statement. That's Asia. Let me fast this a little bit.
Oh, also, Truth, do you have your charger plugged in by any chance?
You heard me?
No, I did not hear you until you said you heard me.
I said I did, but I unplugged it.
There it is. Truth say, you is kind, you is smart, you is important.
Yo, Truth, why are you entertaining him? Like, honestly. Lord Jesus. Okay, here we go.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? Please have a seat there, and I need to reposition the microphone.
Oh yeah, that's right. The defense, they declined to do opening statements. I just remember. So now we're at our first
They
witness,
did.
so.
They declined to do it at a different time.
Yeah. So we're on our first witness. Don't know who this guy is, but we're about to find out.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please state your name for the record and spell both your first and your last name.
Jeffrey, Geoffrey, Pfeiffer, Peiffer.
What is your occupation?
I'm a police officer with the city of Davenport in Scott County, Iowa.
How long have you been employed with the Davenport Police Department?
22 and a half years.
If you could describe the different capacities that you served the department over your career.
Over the last couple of decades, I have worked in the patrol field, responding to calls for service and things of that nature that anyone
You need to speak up,
in their career.
sir.
I transitioned into a couple different versions of community policing operations. I have risen through the ranks up to sergeant, and I've served in different capacities throughout the agency as a supervisor. In 2017, I was transferred to the Criminal Investigations Division as a supervisor of detectives.
Okay. What division within the Detective Bureau were you assigned to supervise?
In 2017 to 2022, I was the supervisor of the Special Victims Unit.
Okay. Were you working in that capacity in July of 2020?
Yes, I was.
Now, Sergeant Pfeiffer, I mean, obviously, you know why we are here to talk about Breasia Terrell and the report that had come up about her missing. What date was the child initially reported as missing?
July 10th of 2020.
Were you significantly involved in that investigation?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Before we talk about the investigation itself, let's just talk about what would be a typical experience for officers of the Davenport Police Department. Is it unusual for the police department to get calls from parents or caretakers that they can't find a child?
No, it is not.
Okay, and just give us a perspective of what that looks like for law enforcement who responds to those types of calls.
Should be fine, but y'all let me know if it's not.
Nothing's playing.
A majority of the calls that we receive for missing
There it
persons,
goes.
they have a variety of details in different situations. They could be ranging anywhere from a small child who may fall asleep in a closet or make a tent or a fort or something like that within the residence and fall asleep. Children have some natural inquisitive senses of adventure. Sometimes children wander off into tree houses in their own yard or adjacent yards, play with friends, wander off, and don't check in with their caregivers. Up to teenagers. Sometimes teenagers wander off or they hang out with friends, maybe where they're not invited to or welcomed by other parental figures. And we sometimes are able to find them fairly quickly when you find out who the friend circle is. But again, that's with slightly older people that have the benefit of language and communication. And then the last normal part of missing persons encompass some of the elderly or individuals with dementia and things of that nature.
And when those types of calls come in, as a general rule, does the Davenport Police Department, are they successful in being able to find the children or the teenagers or maybe even an elderly person that, has some type of mental infirmities?
Yes, we are.
All right. Now, with respect to Breasia Terrell, when she was reported missing on July 10th of 2020, was there something distinctly different about this particular report as the day developed?
Yes, there was.
And explain.
I was contacted in the mid-morning hours of July 10th in 2020 by Sergeant Willie, who was the patrol street supervisor. He had been requested to respond to that location where Breasia Terrell was being reported as missing. When he contacted me, he informed me that this didn't seem like a typical missing kid that wandered off or anything that we would be able to resolve anytime soon without additional resources. And he was seeking assistance from investigative assets to help with that. that call.
Okay. Who was the initial officer that was responded to a complaint of Breasia missing?
That was Patrol Officer Burkle.
All right. And what location had Officer Burkle responded to?
He responded to 2744 East 53rd Street, apartment 8.
Okay. Who resided there at 2744 East 53rd Street, apartment 8?
Andrea Culberson.
And then was Andrea Culberson involved in a relationship with anyone at that time?
She was the significant other to Henry Dinkins.
Is Henry Dinkins present in court today?
He is.
Could you please point him out and describe what he's wearing?
Gentleman, black button-up shirt sitting between his two lawyers.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that the witness has identified Mr. Dinkins.
The record shall so reflect.
All right. With Officer Burkle being the first patrol officer out there, was he the individual that had reached out to his supervisory staff?
Yes.
All right. And then the next connect was between Sergeant Willie and yourself.
Yes.
All right. With you receiving that request by Sergeant Willie, describe then what resources were pulled together and the approach that was taken by the department.
I initially gathered up a few of the detectives that were in the office with me at that particular moment and had them respond to the apartment location with me to begin an initial assessment of any other needs and assets that we would need up there. On that arrival, I was briefed by Officer Burkle and Sergeant Willie as to some of the additional details, which at that time I learned this young girl had originally gone missing from this apartment in the overnight hours. At this point in time, we've had several hours go by, and there had been little to no canvassing done in that particular apartment complex, and there's well over 100 plus units on that particular property, and it was time to organize some canvassing and some door knocking activities. This apartment complex had units that were not occupied and garages and things of that nature that were unsecured. So we devised an organized plan to at least start combing that property and start seeking out some canvassing for the surrounding areas with video and things of that nature.
What is the name of the apartment complex?
Jersey Meadows.
Where is the Jersey Meadow apartment complex located here in town? And if you could associate it with businesses or properties that we would be familiar with.
Sure. That particular area is on 53rd Street, which is in the far northeast section of the city of Davenport. And if you are familiar with the area there, we have a large Costco store, and it is immediately on the west side of the fence line to Costco's. It's across the street from Portillo's hot dog place. And most notably, Elmore Avenue is a main thoroughfare for commercial shopping and things of that nature. And it's just a few blocks to the west of that intersection.
What directions does 53rd run?
53rd runs east and west through the city of Davenport.
How many dedicated lanes of traffic are there for east and west traffic on 53rd Street?
Under normal conditions, there's 2 east and 2 west and a turn lane.
All right. And then let's talk about thoroughfares running north and south. So Jersey Meadows apartment, which side of the street is it located on?
It's on the north side.
Right. And then if we were to travel west on 53rd, what would be the major thoroughfare that you would run into that would run north and south?
Your next north-south street would be Jersey Ridge Road.
Okay. And then from there, if you were to continue traveling west through the intersection of 53rd and Jersey Ridge, what would be your next major street?
It would be Eastern Avenue.
Okay. Now let's talk. Okay. And then from Eastern Avenue, if you were to continue traveling west, what would then be the next major thoroughfare?
The next major thoroughfare north and south west of Eastern Avenue would take you to Brady Street, Welcome Way, which are north-south street names for Highway 61 as it travels through the city of Davenport.
Okay. Now let's talk about what major north-south streets there are if you move from the apartment complex going east. So if you come out of that apartment complex and you're driving east, you pass Costco, what's going to be your next major north-south street?
Elmore Avenue would be the next main street.
Okay. Where the apartment complex is located, how would you characterize the neighborhood as a whole?
It's very commercialized in that particular area. That apartment complex was one of the original footprints in that area as it was being developed. Further to the north of that apartment complex, there has begun some residential projects up there for normal residential housing.
Okay. And when you talk about the original footprint, that whole area of Davenport, what was it before they built the apartment complex?
It was farm fields.
Okay. Is there still farm fields located behind the apartment complex?
Yes, there is.
Okay. And would that be to the north of the apartment complex?
Yes.
All right. Sergeant Pfeiffer, just a topic that I want to talk about. It's just, stepping outside our discussion. Is there any Walmart located in this immediate vicinity? Apartments.
So if you were to come out onto 53rd Street and go east, like you had just described, that very next main thoroughfare is Elmore Avenue. And if you were to make a left northbound turn onto Elmore Avenue, you would be within just a few blocks of the nearest Walmart.
So if an individual was interested in purchasing Clorox, are there a number of businesses even beyond the Walmart where you could easily purchase Clorox if you live there at the apartment complex?
Yes, there are grocery stores and things of that nature.
All right. Now, let's talk about the layout of the Jersey Meadow apartment complex. How's it structured?
When you originally went into the apartment complex from 53rd Street, the road, there's two lanes. There's basically an inbound and an outbound to keep traffic running smooth within the complex. On your right-hand side is typically the inbound, and it goes to the north. There are multiple buildings on the right-hand side as you go in, which would be the east. In the center, there are garages every so many feet with a couple of cross-throughs. With respects to where the buildings are on each side of these lanes, some of the buildings are situated in the east-west fashion, and then there are buildings that are along the outer perimeters, and they're built longwise in a north-south fashion. So you have buildings basically going this way on the outer perimeter, and then there's some that are perpendicular towards the center of the road.
The garages that you've described, do they essentially run in the center between that entry drive and that drive that you would take to exit the apartment complex?
Yes, they separate.
Now, the apartments themselves, how many levels are there to any given structure where there's an apartment?
The structures are all identical in appearance of construction, and it is a two-story style, just a main floor, and then there's an upper floor.
Have to use a dedicated entryway and a common hallway to access your apartment, or is this complex different?
There are no common areas in this apartment complex. If you are on a second floor, the best way I can describe it is when you're looking at the buildings, you may not necessarily know if you're going into an upper or lower unit because the doors all appear the same. As soon as you open the door to an upper level unit, you're immediately faced with a stairwell. So the stairwells are encompassed within the actual dwelling.
Okay. Sergeant Pfeiffer, are you familiar with the layout of apartment number 8?
Yes.
All right. What I'd like to do, let's just draw a simple diagram so that we've got a perspective of that, and we'll just set that at the outset so that everybody understands the layout. That's okay. Basic diagrams are easy to understand. Now, Sergeant Pfeiffer, what I'd like for you to do is to just draw a basic layout of the apartment itself. And as you draw this diagram, place Costco in the diagram and the relationship of the building where apartment number 8 is and how that entry door would be situated relative to the Costco parking lot.
We're going to call it top of this floor, north. And this being south would be 53rd Street. We have our in lanes, we have our outbound lanes, and the audio complex. We have these garages I'm trying to explain to you here in the center. And then we have apartment buildings in this sort of fashion. This is not, I would say, accurate amount. If we call this 2744, there is a parking lot in front, which would be to the west. This being 2744, apartment 8 is over here. So the east window on the second floor of this building would be roughly here.
I'm not sure if y'all can see that diagram.
The main entry
When we draw. Look like a bunch of street
right
scratches
here. And when you open this door, there are steps that come up into the apartment. And within this apartment up here, come up the steps on the right-hand side, and that is the right-hand side of the unit. As you come up into the living area, you have this area that's just left of the stairs. You have a bedroom area that is contained here on the west side. There's a closet on each side. The
Okay.
As you can see on the side. So this stairwell, the bedrooms, the bed's situated mostly in the middle of this room. There's a closet on each side, and then you have the bathroom is contained within that bedroom. In this common area, you have your living rooms associated with this area. At the top of the stairs, there's the kitchen sink and cabinets, and then a small little dining area. It's a very small unit.
All right, now go ahead and give us the rest of our directions. So we've got north to the top on our diagram. South is where on our diagram?
South you have down here.
Okay.
And then you have west. You have east over here. And this is where your Costco, you have a fence that runs very close to this property line near these buildings.
And that would be on the east side of the apartment complex?
East side of this entire complex, yeah. But notably where we have number 8, there's a fence. There's some little bit of a tree line there. And then Costco is right here on this far east side.
Okay, for purposes of our written record, if you're looking at the diagram, is west to your left or to your right?
West is to the left.
And then east, is it to your right then?
Yep.
All right. All right, now I want to go back. You'd indicated that when you go into the bedroom, there is a window. You described it as an east window. Is it actually an east facing window or a west?
Faces the west.
It faces the west. Gotcha. All right. And then if you look out that window, what room would you be standing in?
You'd be in the bedroom.
Okay. And so then in looking out that window, are you going to be able to see cars that are parked out there in the parking lot?
Yes, you have a line of sight into this parking area.
Okay. And is it a clear line of sight?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead and take your seat. Now, when you had responded out there, did you have any information about Breasia, as far as information relative to the development of the child, whether or not she had any handicaps, whether or not she had a history of wandering off?
So some of my initial inquiries on my arrival were any sort of disabilities, habits or routines of running away. And what the summary provided to me included that she was half deaf and half blind. To what degrees of that, I'm not sure, and it wasn't able to be articulated to me in any different terms than just that. With respects to running off, I was told by Aisha Langford, the mother of Breasia, that she does not run off. She would not leave an area unfamiliar. It wasn't something that she did even when she was at home in familiar territory. It was not something that she had ever done.
And had you made inquiries about whether or not this was an area that the child had been to or was familiar with?
Yes.
And what information did you have about that?
That she had never spent any time there. They didn't have family there. There was no relation.
Okay, let's identify the involved parties then. Breasia Terrell. Who is Breasia Terrell's mother?
Aisha Langford.
Okay, what relationship does Aisha Langford have to Henry Dinkins?
They have children in common.
How many children?
1 boy.
Okay, and then what are the initials of that child?
DL.
Okay, how many children altogether does Aisha Langford have?
She had 3 at that time.
Okay, what are the initials for the oldest child, and is that child a girl or a boy?
CS, and he's a boy.
How old was CS at the time?
I believe 11 or 12.
Okay, all right, and then we'll figure that one out. And then how old was Breasia at the time?
10.
And then how old was her youngest brother?
8.
Okay, and what were the initials of her youngest brother?
DL.
Okay, is that the child that you'd indicated Henry Dinkins was the father of?
Yes.
All right, so to be clear, is Henry Dinkins the biological father of Breasia or the older child, CS?
No.
Okay. What happened at the apartment complex with the detective bureau responding out there? We've got patrol out there. Describe the developments.
Once an organized canvass was established, I had reached out to the upper command staff of the police department to express the needs for additional resources to expedite some of the organized canvass efforts. This coming now into the end of the afternoon and approaching the weekend, it was important to me to make sure we had resources secured, and the upper command of the police department began reaching out to surrounding agencies and looking for support because this incident was clearly not like anything else that we had encountered, and it appeared very significant based off the age and the lack of details surrounding any of it.
Okay, as the day progressed, given your experience as an officer and a detective, how are you feeling?
Objection. How are you feeling is vague, ambiguous.
Okay. Did you have,
Abstain.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Did you have concerns about there being a successful outcomes to this?
Yes,
Okay. All right. At the apartment complex then, was contact initiated with residents living at the various apartments?
yes,
If residents weren't home, was there any follow-up?
yes,
Did any residents have any information to provide that would assist in the investigation?
no,
Beyond just making contact with the residents of the various apartments, did you do any massive searches of buildings there at the complex?
yes. We obtained access to any apartments that were currently not leased. The management allowed a search of those units, as well as the garage units that were able to be opened. And then we reached out to the tenants to open up garages that we couldn't access.
Was Breasia located anywhere within the complex?
No.
Were there dumpsters out there at the complex?
Yes,
And were dumpsters checked?
yes.
And why would you check dumpsters?
Children can play in dumpsters, and after 2 decades of being in this line of work, sometimes bad things happen to children. They end up in dumpsters.
Okay. When you were going through, or law enforcement was going through dumpsters, was there anything that you noted in the dumpsters that even prompted a further line of inquiry?
No,
Okay, all right. And then outside the apartment complex, was there a major canvass done of that area?
yes,
All right. Sergeant Pfeiffer, have you created a diagram of areas that's going to be the topic of discussion throughout the course of the trial?
yes, I have.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Okay. Sergeant Pfeiffer, I'm handing you what's remarked as State's Exhibit number 38. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 38?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize State's Exhibit 38?
It is a map covering Scott County and Clinton County.
You mentioned Clinton County. Did the investigation proceed outside of Scott County at some point in time?
Yes, it did.
And then relative to Clinton County, does this map include areas in Clinton County that will become relevant?
Can I hear her?
throughout the course?
Can y'all hear her?
Yes, it does.
This is so low. I think I'm gonna have to look for another outlet. Can y'all hear her, the truth?
She's
Oh,
very low because she's facing away from the mic. So
Yeah.
she's over there by him, and his mic is low anyway.
Okay. All right. I hear him answering, but I barely hear her in the question she's answering. Okay.
Now, this particular map, is it going to include locations that were identified throughout the course of the investigation where the defendant had been located traveling through?
Yes, it does.
That witnesses will be testifying to?
Yes, there are.
And Your Honor, at this time, the state will move to introduce State's Exhibit number 38.
At this point, I think it lacks foundation. The questions were, will witnesses be testifying to? And will witnesses be testifying to these locations and where they were? Until those witnesses testify to that, I think it lacks foundation.
Your Honor, I'll go ahead and lay some additional foundation. Detective or Sergeant Pfeiffer, were you involved in every aspect of this investigation?
No,
Okay. Were you involved at various locations where there were investigations conducted here in Scott County around the apartment complex?
yes, I was.
Were you involved in investigation activities that played out down in the area of Credit Island and River Drive?
Yes,
Were you involved in aspects of the investigation that played out in Clinton County?
yes, I was.
Were you actually also involved in aspects of the investigation where the child's remains were later found?
Yes, I was.
So relative to all of the locations that are depicted on this diagram, are these locations that you are familiar with and you understand the relevance of these locations to the investigation?
Yes, I do.
All right, and then will it help the courts to understand various locations that will be discussed throughout this trial and provide a map of that?
I believe it will.
Your Honor, again, the state will move to introduce State's Exhibit number 38.
I would object if it's going to be offered to show evidence of where my client is purportedly traveled through this witness who has not shown foundation for that aspect of the exhibit yet.
Your Honor, the state would indicate that the witness is not going to be testifying to locations that Mr. Dinkins had traveled to. He's just going to basically explain the details of the map so that the court has a perspective of locations that are relevant to this investigation. As other details become important about where the Chevy Impala was identified as having traveled to, those details will only be testified to by the witness who was personally involved in that and is aware of that.
Anything further, Mr. Freeze?
as long as it's limited to sites where he has investigated and it's not going to vouch for travel patterns, travel times, or locations where my client traveled. With that caveat, I have no objection.
The exhibit will be admitted.
All right, Sergeant Piper, I'd like you to come down to the diagram here on this particular exhibit. All right, now at the bottom of the diagram, do you identify what counties are involved?
Yes, this is Scott.
Okay. As we look at the diagram as a whole, how would you describe what you have on that diagram?
The lower section of this map is Scott County, and the municipalities contain that north, smaller areas of Riverdale, Clare, to our southwest Buffalo. In this general area, as we traverse north, the city of Eldridge, Long Grove, Princeton, and McCausland and Donnie, there are smaller, more graded areas within Scott County. The upper section, wiggly line here, going from left to right, is the Clinton-Scott County border to our north. And as you go further north of the Clinton County, the next municipal city is DeWitt, and then off to the east there is Comanche, the city of Clinton.
All right. That being said, do you have a directional legend on this exhibit?
Yes, it's noted here, kind of like the lower right side, north being to the top of this map, south to the bottom, east to the right, and west is the left side.
All right. Have you in some way designated what areas the map constitute the various municipalities that you've described?
The municipalities are identified by their actual name, and it's printed on the map.
Okay. Now, do you have an area on this exhibit entitled Legend?
Yes.
Okay. Are there a number of descriptors underneath the legend that will be utilized to describe just different information on this map that will become important?
Yes.
All right, so take us through the legend. What's the first entry under our legend?
The first item listed is a blue dot with some resemblance of a signal emission, signifying a cell phone event. Then the second is a yellow circle, with a black ring around it, and it is for known locations. And when the additional witnesses testify, the director will expand on what those are in particularity. There's a section of points of interest where known residences of the people involved in this case are identified with a orange circle with a shadowed house in the center of it. And then there's a purple option that denotes an employer location. The three dots together will be for further testimony on routes of Mr. Dinkins. There is another kind of a yellow or orangish red line with a circle in it that denotes sections of road that were under construction at the time that this event was happening. The next two lines are a series of dots and dashes and dots. At the time of this event. The next area is the paint boxes with paint shading, and those indicate areas that were canvassed by law enforcement efforts. I have a variety of different methods. Some are walked, canvassed on foot, done by multiple drones. For state aircraft meant for cell copiers. There were many different mechanisms and strategies used to plan out the terrain and the availability of those assets. The next thing notated in the legend is two gray lines with dots in it, and it's a county border indicator, which is only listed in this one particular area, the upper third of the map. And then the slightly beige shade area just signifies these incorporated areas, small towns or whatever they end up being within the two towns.
All right, so if you see a lightly shaded beige area, is there going to be the name of the city or municipality that's involved? All right, now let's talk about the lower portion of the diagram on the right side. Help us versus the map that comprises a good portion of the diagram. What is that area going to focus on?
So this area here is more of a blown up version, which encompasses the area where Asia Terrell was last seen live.
That being what address?
2744 East 53rd Street, which you can see the apartment complex and some of those other adjacent things that are explained in the earlier testimony.
And then if we go to the top of the diagram, to what would be a perspective of that.
So this area in the upper left-hand corner of this map is a blown-out zoom version of this particular area, which is just north of the city of DeWitt within Clinton County. It's a slightly wooded area where the Kunal implement place is. That's a commercialized business that deals with the sales and service of farm implement equipment, major agricultural type things. And this area comes into concern. This is the location where the remains of British Charles body were found.
Okay, let's just focus on that if we could. Now, if you are heading out of Davenport, what street would you be traveling on?
61.
Okay, but in town, what's the name of the street?
Brady Street.
Is Brady a one-way or a two-way street?
It is a one-way divided street.
Going what direction?
North.
And if we're coming into town, then do you come into town on Brady?
It switches to Welcome Way once you come to 65th Street.
Okay, and then does Welcome Way then become our one? You're going to be traveling on what highway?
61.
And then when you get to the area where you would, well, let me back off. Where is Clinton located relative to Scott County?
Clinton County itself is our direct neighbor to our north of our county line.
Okay, and on our map, is it going to lie to the east side of Scott County or the west side of Scott County?
Well, the county of Clinton is going to be directly on our north side. The city of Clinton will be off to the east.
All right, thank you. And then, so when you go up Highway 61 heading north, what exit would you take to travel east into Clinton?
We take the Highway 30.
All right, can you show us where Highway 30 is so that we've got a perspective of that?
Highway 30 is right here.
And then is it also labeled 30 so that we know that that's Highway 30?
Yes, so you see one identifier here, the traditional highway signal with a 30 in it.
Okay, if you were to continue traveling north past that exit onto Highway 30, how much further would you have to travel to the area of Kunal Implement where Breasia Terrell's remains were located?
From Highway 30 to the Kunal Implement is 5 miles.
All right, and then what is the designation for the exit point there? What's the street number?
It's 270th Ave.
Well, I'm not talking about the north-south streets. I want to know the east street at the top to the north. Just let me ask you this. Are you familiar with 212?
Okay, you're here, I'm sorry.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, gotcha.
So, yes, 210th Street and 212th Street. So when you're coming up Highway 61, the initial street is 210th in terms of the 212th. They transition around.
Okay, and then, so then, is that the east-west street?
Yes.
Okay, is that all a rural area?
Yes.
All right, and then is there a north-south street that runs on the west side of the property where Kunal is located?
So 218th Street runs mostly north. This particular geographic area has that curve in it. So
Right, absolutely.
in the semantics of this being our north, some of these streets are a bit of a bias.
Okay, and then on the east side of the property, when we talk essentially about what we're going to call a north-south street, what would be that street?
270th Avenue runs right on the east side of the Kunal.
All right, now, do you have and its location?
Yes, Interstate 80 is the orange line running here just at the northern portion of the city of Davenport.
Okay, Detroit, we all know it's portions of trial that is boring as fuck. Can you tell us what she's trying to?
Okay, so she's designating. Okay, so I don't believe he went to the store closest to their house.
Yeah,
he went to a store further out. Now there's she's trying to get the court to understand and show which way did he travel and how do we know he traveled this way. So he's marked on the map everywhere they pinpointed him to be and what location he's going towards. So they're trying to put him on the road that brings him to that park where they found her in the water. So there, earlier she stated there's a Sam's right across the street where you could buy.
Oh, it's a Costco.
Yeah, a Costco. Yeah, there's a Costco across the street where you could buy cleaning supplies. Correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Can you show us where that Costco is? So he's showing you.
Now, let me be fair. about the Costco and the difference between the Costco and the Walmart. Now, you go into the Costco,
You're buying a big giant 50-gallon drum.
for Walmart, but still, I'm just saying Costco is like crack. Sam's and Costco, now come on, even Walmart is like crack.
Well, but I guess what she's trying to say is he could have easily went across the street and bought these things, but he didn't. He traveled out of his way to get these things.
Yeah.
So,
I'm trying to hear, but is the Walmart okay? So this one ask you, and I don't know if he's gotten to that yet, but is the Walmart that he went to closer to where they found her? Like, is it in the driving? I don't know what I'm trying to say, but is it close to where they found her?
It's in the direction. It's in the direction of the lake where they found her.
Right on, yeah, I get it.
Yeah. So
like, why did we doing this shit? Like, I know it's a reason.
Yeah, the reason is they want to show you that this is the direction he went in. Because remember, she just said, so if you were to come out on this road, is it a 2-lane? And which way does the traffic go? And you turned left. Yes, that would put you in this direction.
Yep. A grocery store would be close, but we already know he was up to no damn good.
Well, they show him at a Walmart, and I think they say the boy was with him, right?
He must have been in the car because when we saw that video, he wasn't with him, but they say the boy was with him.
Yeah, in the car. He was in the car while he went inside and
he was playing the game on the phone.
Yes.
Yeah. He was in the car.
And they place him at that Walmart on that road heading towards the thing. And they also put him at the gas station, and he filled up. I think he went in that gas station twice when he left and when he came back from it. Wow. So there you could place the time, because he went in twice, they could place, well, he was gone for this much time.
Right.
So she's trying to get you to understand that he was on that road, and that's the direction of where the body was found. So that when you start tying, when you're tying in the other witnesses that placed him in these places, and the most crucial one is that guy that pulled him out of the ditch, because that's on here too, which places him not far from the site that they find the body. And then they mention that where he parked, remember the boys say he parked and he got out of the car and he came back and poured bleach on the machete or the large knife, as the boy said, right? He stayed in the car. The car couldn't go any further because the hill was too steep. And I guess there had been rain, so it was muddy. That's how he got stuck in the mud, that the man had to pull him out because it had rained earlier. And then they talk about the footprints that they couldn't get a pattern of a shoe. They just got a rough estimate of a size. I think they just weren't doing. I just think they weren't doing their job professionally. Myself, they could have gotten a print out of that, or a better understanding of not a.
To me, honestly, with mud, you should be able to.
Well, the problem with mud is if the person slides, you distort the pattern.
Yeah.
So if they slide, it distorts the pattern. The only time you get a perfect print is usually because they're picking their feet up out of it and then going forward. But if it's a slide, you can't. The print is no good.
All right, I don't know how much longer this is, but we here for it. Let's listen.
For purposes of our written record, Interstate 80 runs what directions?
East and west.
And then is there a north-south highway that can be utilized to travel along the westernmost border of Davenport?
Yes, Highway 280, Interstate 280 connects Interstate 80 north and south to the state of Illinois or River Drive, multiple exits on the west side of the city of Davenport.
If you take Interstate 280, will that allow you access to the area of River Drive?
Yes.
And then for purposes of our written record again, what's located on our southernmost border?
Consider the Mississippi River.
Okay. Does the Mississippi River run along the southernmost border of Scott County?
Yes, it does.
All right. And then finally, is there a highway, a north-south highway that somebody can use to travel along what would be an eastern boundary line between Davenport and Bettendorf?
Interstate 74 would be that main interstate thoroughfare on the east side of Davenport, just into the western side of the city of Davenport. It's identified on this particular map as a orange line extending from the Mississippi River as far north as Interstate.
Now, I want to talk about the legend. There's entries to identify locations where there was construction. Why is that relevant?
It's relevant in this particular case because on 53rd Street between Eastern Avenue and Highway 61, Grady Street, Mersley, the eastbound portion of 53rd Street was demolished under construction at the time this incident occurred.
So would that potentially impact somebody's direction of travel?
Yes, it does.
All right. Is there another area where there was construction that should be noted that would potentially impact somebody's direction of travel?
Most notably on the southwest part of the city of Davenport, if you're coming in River Drive, there was a major bridge replacement that took place. So if you're taking River Drive, they're going to take that to the Bluegrass, for instance, out of the west side of our city. There was significant detours that bridge was being replaced at that time, so you would have to take alternate routes around that.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead and take your seat. Sergeant Piper, are there other maps that have been generated that will help to understand the layout of various locations?
Yes, there are.
All right. Did you generate aerial maps of the area around Kunal Implement?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Your Honor, in the record reflect that I'm showing the witness what has been marked as State's Exhibit 41. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 41?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize State's Exhibit 41?
That is the location of the Kunal implement situated just north of the city of DeWitt.
And does this map give us a perspective of the layout of Kunal Implement to the area where Creation's remains were? Absolutely. And then Sergeant Piper, for purposes of perspective, when was this particular map made as far as time of year?
The best we can come up with this one, this was not a drone image that we had made. And on the GIS site that we use, there's a version with leaves on and leaves off. And this is just the leaves off. So the exact time of year, I do not know on that particular one.
Does this particular image comport with what the site would look like in March of 2021 when reagents remains were recovered?
Yes.
All right.
The exhibit will be admitted.
Sergeant Piper, come on down, and I'd like for you then to walk us through this. Let me get this turned over if I could. All right. Now, do you have a directional?
Right-hand corner of this document, there's a notation up north. So in this particular map, the way it's situated, north is up here at the top, south is at the bottom, east is on the right, and west is over here on the left.
Okay. As you look at the map, do we see Highway 61 depicted?
Yes. Again, Highway 61 is the curvature right. Lanes would be these here on the left. You can actually see two vehicles pointing south.
Is the northbound and southbound lanes of traffic divided by some type of median there along Highway 61?
Yes, with a grassy median that separates those.
Now, on US Highway 61, if you're heading north, does it show you the exit that you would take to the area of Kunal Implement?
There's no major signage for it. There's a turnoff. This is a very rural area. But this area you see here with 212th Street is where you would make a right-hand turn to arrive at the Kunal location.
And if you turn, make a right-hand turn, what direction are you traveling?
Starting to go back to the east.
You had mentioned 212th and 210th Street as having a relationship with one another. Is that shown there on the map?
Yes, it's more clear here. You see where 212th Street is the name of the street, and you actually turn off. And as you, if you continue further east, you would transition into 210th Street without any significant changes of the road.
Okay. Is this whole area to the north, to the east, to the west, and even to the south, is that all rural area?
Yes, this is all farmland.
All right. Now then show us where 218th is on the.
Yeah, that's what I was saying, Iowa. I be want to say Ohio, but it's Iowa, right? Detroit.
Yes, this is out of
This
Ohio.
like this happening. Yeah, Iowa.
Yeah, Iowa.
You say Ohio.
Did I say Ohio? I'm sorry, Iowa.
All right, here we go.
Map so that we understand its relationship to Kumau Implement.
218th Street is the lack of a better term, it's kind of the frontage road, if you will, to access this Kumau area and travel back into, it would take you back out into the way.
Sure. And which side of the property is it located relative to Kumau Implement?
It is more towards the west side.
All right. And then on the east side of the property, the north-south street, can you show us what that street is?
So here you have again, a gravel road depicted by 270th Avenue on this map, and that is your east boundary running north and south.
Does this exhibit depict the area where Breasia Terrell's remains were found?
Yes, it does.
Explain.
So in the lower portion of this Kumau implement property, what you see here on this map represents what I saw there that day when she was found. And you can see this darkened area in the center here, in between 270th Avenue and 218th Street. There's somewhat of a pond area there with water in it. There's a heavily wooded line around this area. It follows the line of the gravel roads. It is this particular view, it is the lead off version of this aerial view. But you can see there's a small gravel driveway here. It'll be hard to see once you're close to it. But this is an access road that drops in elevation significantly. It's steep and it comes down into this area. So this area down here along the pond area is much lower than what is up here in grade level where the road is. It was explained to me by the folks that work here. This is storm runner water runoff. Sorry, for this particular area to sort of rainfall.
Given the steep grade to that access road, what would you have concerns about driving just a passenger car down into that area?
Yes.
Why?
It's steep, and there are it's pretty abrupt. I guess driveway apron, if you will, coming from the gravel down into there. I would be nervous about straight.
Sure. And where were Breasia's remains found?
So the best way to describe it for this particular view is you're coming down this access road here, just a little up, and you'll be kind of north of this little gravel roadway. Her body was found under some trees.
Okay.
Yes, Ms. Cunningham, I believe this is a good time to break for lunch.
Yes.
We will reconvene at 1:30 this afternoon. Thank you.
All right, y'all. That's it for him. Don't he look like that bald head guy on what's the name of that movie Beyonce played in? Y'all know what I'm talking about?
Are you talking about Austin Powers?
Yeah, don't he like that bald head man on there? Is that the movie?
Dr. Evil?
I don't know the name because I ain't never watched the movie.
He looks more like the guy from the Minions, the one that's in charge of the Minions.
Oh God. Oh Jesus. Okay. This on Ohio. I'm sorry, baby. I ain't mean to. All right, so let's see who we gonna come up next. Let me ask for the just a little. See who coming up next. Wow, they took a long pause. My gracious, is that it? Oh no. Here we go. I hope that's the reason why it's muted. But I don't understand why it would be muted though.
Are they talking to the judge?
Yeah. Okay, so they went back out.
Remember, this is a trial by judge, not jury. So there's some things that they don't want on the record. Now, what you're hearing, everything you're hearing is on the record, meaning it'll be in the transcript. But the things that they want stricken from the records, they have to mute on.
Oh, okay.
Ms. Cunningham, you may proceed. You may.
Oh, okay, fine, babe. Thank you, girl. Oh, they was on lunch. Okay.
Sergeant Piper, I'm handing you what's marked as State's Exhibit number 42. For purposes of our record, do you recognize State's Exhibit 42?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize State's Exhibit 42?
That's an aerial overview photo from a drone taken from the day the pond was searched.
All right. Your Honor, the state would move to introduce State's Exhibit number 42.
No objection. Exhibit 42 is admitted.
Okay. All right. Now, Sergeant Piper, you have a laser pointer to use at this point. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Let's walk through the particular exhibit. As we look at State's Exhibit 42, on the diagram, where is 270th Avenue?
By way of the red pointer, 270th Avenue is on the right side.
Okay.
Of this document.
Where?
North is essentially the top edge of the map. Okay. South would be at the bottom. West would be on your left, and east would be on the right side, again, aligning with 270th Avenue.
If we looked to the west side of that property line, can we see any part of 218th Street?
You can see the lower left-hand corner of this map. 218th Street is just visible there in the corner.
And what time of year was this particular image captured?
This was taken in late March of 2021.
All right. As we look at the image, can you show us where that access point is to the area of the pond that we've been talking about?
So in relation to the last exhibit, you see this gravel area here in the upper right-hand corner of this map. This is the access road coming down to the level near the pond off of 270th Avenue on the north east section of this particular area.
In the same vicinity, just to the south, it looks like there's another access road. Can you help us understand the difference between that versus the steep incline we've been discussing on the first access road?
So you're referring to where the pointer is now?
Correct.
So that is a significantly steeper pathway, I would call it, that goes down there. I'm unclear what it was, put there for or what caused it. It is not suitable for passenger vehicle travel.
All right. Where was Breasia remains found?
So by way of this pointer, where the red dot is at this time, in the northeast corner of this area, you can see where there's a black automobile tire right here, and her body was found just a little to the east of this area here where the tire is.
Okay. And when her body was found, where was that tire located in relation to the skeletal remains?
It was directly, I wouldn't say without seeing the exact pictures, but very, very close to where her legs were. If you see like a little bit of a bare area just adjacent to this tire, that is where some of the clearing of the trees had to be done by us a few days prior to the day this photo was taken in order to recover her remains.
All right, just to reset our perspective, what date was her skeletal remains discovered?
March 22nd.
And then what date then did the processing of this scene occur?
So for recovering her remains, we did that the following morning on March 23rd, excuse me, the microphone noise. The scene was secured on the 22nd, and which time I met with state police DCI agents, and we devised an operational plan to perform the recovery of the remains. It was a very unique situation, something very out of the ordinary for what we normally do.
Okay, and then we'll talk about that later on in testimony that you'll offer when we get to that stage of the trial. But there's one other topic that I want to discuss here. When we look at 270th Avenue, is that a paved roadway?
It is a gravel top road.
All right. Focusing on the shoulder there along 270th and what would be the west side, how would you describe the shoulder just off that traveled portion of 270th Avenue?
I would not describe it as really being a shoulder in a traditional sense of what we see a road. It's a fairly precipitous drop off from the gravel, and then you have that decline down into where this vegetation is. So there really is just the roadbed and then the drop off.
Okay, and with that description, then, if an individual were to get their tires off of that roadway, would it be fairly easy to get stuck off of that?
Yes.
Okay, is this what it looked like during the recovery of March 23rd of 2021?
Yes.
All right. Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm showing counsel as remarked to State's Exhibit 43.
Okay, hold on. I'm a little confused.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 43. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 43?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize State's
Truth.
Exhibit 43?
It is the area where the remains of Breasia Charles' body was recovered.
How does this particular exhibit differ from the previous two exhibits that we've looked at?
It is taken in late July of this year. The vegetation and the natural growth of leaves and things of such that you would have would closely
Did you say something?
replicate the environment.
Yeah, I'm a little confused because they're saying that she was discovered, her remains in a small body of water just north of DeWitt, but where he was pointing was not in the water. He said her remains were found up by this discarded tire, which was not in the water. But everything else says she was remains found in a small body of water just north of DeWitt. So did that pond shrink or something? And that's why she wasn't in the water when they found her? And at one time that pond was full? Hello?
I'm here to choose. I'm about to play it.
I would object because it's untimely. It's remote and stale, 3 years post date of the child's abduction. It's not fairly accurately depicted. We've seen as of it would have been drawing.
One of the state disagrees. This was taken during July, when her creation would have come up missing. And so this particular photograph, relative just to the geography of the area, it shows what this area would look like with everything in full bloom, the trees and all of the vegetation around there.
Then last foundation as to what has not done or not been done at that location for the last 3 years.
I'll go ahead and lay some additional foundation.
Thank you.
Sergeant Piper, you were out there in March of 2021. Is that correct?
Yes, I was.
If you were to describe the growth of the trees, how mature were the trees during this time?
There are mature trees all around that area.
Okay. And then did you actually travel back to this area in July of this year to collect a photograph so that we could see what it would look like when all of the vegetation was in full bloom?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Is there any difference between the height and maturity of the trees as it exists in July of 2023 versus what you saw in July of 2021?
Nothing from my observations was different.
Okay. And then having been there, when we talk about just the vegetation at ground level, did you notice anything different about the vegetation at ground level as compared to what you would have noted in March of 2021, other than that things weren't full blown?
There were no other changes other than the overgrowth of vegetation.
Have there been any clearing of any of these areas as of this year?
No.
Okay, so was it still the same?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state would need to introduce this particular exhibit.
I can order the witness briefly.
You may.
Detective, how many times between March of 2021 and July of 2023 have you been out to that location?
3.
And did you talk to anyone who was the owner of that location during any of those times?
No.
Did you talk to anyone who may have done any work such as tree clearing, brush clearing, or any work at all to that location?
No, I did not.
And you're telling us today that that tree cover, that brush cover looks exactly the same as it did 2.5 years ago.
I said it closely replicates it.
It differs in what way then?
Due to the amount of precipitation in particular parts of the season from that year to this year, I think there would be obvious differences that we couldn't explain here today based off of environmental issues.
That means nothing to me. You need to be more specific, please.
I think it is common understanding that a given amount of precipitation and sunlight in a given year of seasons, having lived in this part of the country, I think it's common for people here to understand that if you don't have.
Oh, so he's just gonna sit down and chill. He just gonna sit down and chill and ask the question.
He's trying to discredit his pictures. So his like mild demeanor is like, so you're trying to tell me that this is the exact replica? This is what it looked like.
Like,
Could you be wrong, sir? Could you be wrong? That's his demeanor. You know.
Yeah. It's reminding me of that other trial. Okay, let's listen.
Less grubbage and greenery on the ground. So there could be some differences that we're not aware of because we did not see this area in July of 2020.
So do you expect to see less today or more today based upon the precipitation or lack thereof?
I'm not able to comment on whether I think there would be more. The purpose of this was to show the amount of growth that would have likely been present or something similar to. So,
given the environmental conditions and the precipitation or lack thereof, and the growth of the trees and brush and what have you, things change over a period of years. You agree with that?
I do.
So you can't say for certain that that is a true and accurate way that place looked in July of 2020.
And I phrased it as a close replica.
Okay. I renew my objection, same basis.
Your Honor, the state would assert that this doesn't go to the admissibility of the evidence, it goes to the weight of the evidence. So the court can certainly take into consideration that there has been 2 years past and then give it the appropriate weight the court believes it deserves.
I will overrule the objection. I do find this more of a demonstrative type of exhibit.
Okay, all right, Sergeant Piper.
So wait, hold up. So I think he's trying to lean at saying, why wasn't she found earlier? Could she have been moved there? Could she have been placed there after the fact? You're putting my client on the road there at the time that you're saying she died, which was the day she was supposedly disappeared. You're saying my client was on that road and my client placed in the area. Well, her body could have been placed there at any time. And isn't it true that lack of vegetation, someone would have saw that body within the 9 months that it took 9 months? Do you believe she might have been moved there, or maybe she died much later than the day of the disappearance? So he's trying to cloud trying to say, look, there's no possible way that you're going to be able to prove that body was there since this day to the day the body was found. And the amount of people that walked through that area would not have been able to see it. She could, because they can't establish time of death.
Right.
So they don't know how long she's been there because of the, and he keeps talking about the amount of participation, the weather, blah, blah, blah. So there's no way for them to exactly pinpoint that she died the day she disappeared.
Right.
Because that's very important that they pinpoint that, because he was the last one to see her. They want the court to believe that she was alive and she left the house, that she wasn't with him, and that she disappeared and someone else killed her maybe even months later.
Right.
But this guy's an idiot. This is a judge presiding over this case. He is not as stupid as a jury of just people that are not proficient in the law
Mm-hmm.
and that understand. He understands evidence. You a jury of your peers can be clouded, can be basically swayed to believe what you want them to believe. But a judge is not going to be swayed with little trickery like this.
Right. Right. Right.
All right, go ahead.
All right.
Looking at State's Exhibit 43, and for purposes of orientation. Again, what would represent, actually, let me turn this around. As we look at
I can't hear her at all.
north is where?
In this particular orientation,
Okay,
north
well, I
would be
hear
at
him.
the top of the map. South would be at the bottom. West would be on your left side, and east would be over here on the right.
Okay, and then show us what would represent 270th Avenue.
270th Avenue would again be over here on the east side, the right side.
All right, and then can you show us that steep access road that we've been talking about going down into the pond?
So the access road in this particular view would be here where the pointer is, and you can still see a rough kind of a circle drive around this area down by the pond.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm showing counsel is going to mark the State's Exhibit 98. May I approach?
You may.
I'm handing you what's remarked as State's Exhibit 98 for purposes of identification. Did you have I guess, have a drone sent out to that area so that it would provide a perspective of what vegetation would look like if you were traveling on 270th Avenue, either traveling north or traveling south?
Yes, again.
And is that depicted in State's Exhibit number 98?
Yes, it is.
And then just for purposes of our record, what areas specifically then would those those drone images reflect?
So in the two video clips in exhibit, is that me? On 270th, there is a short video traveling north up into this area to give some perspective of what this looks like with full-grown vegetation at this particular time of year. And then again, another view traveling from approximately this area of the pointer coming to the south and just showing perspective at a low height that would be pretty similar to walking through there and both replicate what we have seen with drone footage the days that aerial searches were being done in that area in 2020.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to introduce State's Exhibit number 98.
No objection. Exhibit 98 will be admitted.
And Your Honor, may the state play those two video clips?
You may.
Okay. Sergeant Pfeiffer, look back on our menu. Well, goodness, we'll go back to the menu here in a moment. Well, and this will tell us, okay, what's the perspective here?
So the perspective in this view is facing north, just south of the access drive that goes down to the pond area.
And then with your pointer, show us where that access drive is at.
That would be right here on the left side of the screen.
I'm going to go to our second video clip. And what is the perspective of our second video clip?
It will be similar to the last one. It'll just be coming from the north, traveling south. The access driveway is up here on the right where the pointer is.
Your Honor, at this time, the state is requesting that we be allowed to have Sergeant Pfeiffer step off the stand and then continue his direct examination. We have two witnesses who have flown in that we have got to get on the stand today because they are scheduled to fly out, and then we can bring Sergeant Pfeiffer back.
Did she say we got to get on the stand?
Examination.
Any objection, Mr. Freeze?
Anything to confuse it, you bet.
That's what she said. We got to get them on the
We
stand.
got to get them on the stand today.
Oh God. I wonder who they done float. I wonder who done got flued in.
I
Yeah,
believe it's the I believe it's the FBI analysts. That
Oh
they have.
wow.
I believe it is the FBI because okay, so they found soil in the Impala. So they tested the dirt or the soil around the pond against the soil they found in the trunk.
Mm-hmm.
And it tested to be a match.
Of course.
So I believe that's who they're flying in, is the FBI agents, that because the FBI's main crime lab is in Virginia.
Mm-hmm.
So most of the evidence gets flown out to there to be tested. But a lot of times they'll use the state police lab, but on stuff like this, they may ask the FBI to step in and help.
Gotcha. All right. Let's see.
Objection.
You may step down.
Your Honor, the state calls Mona Borelli to the stand.
If you'd step here to be sworn in. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth. Please have a seat.
Please state your name for the record and spell both your first and your last name.
Mona Varela, Monavarela.
Mrs. Varela, I want to take you back to July of 2020. In what capacity were you employed?
And I was a police service journalist for the Davenport Police Department.
What does that mean?
I take reports, non-emergency reports.
All right. If an individual were to call 911, where would that call be directed to?
To the report taker. They would call the front desk of the Davenport Police, and then they'll
Maybe
call
she
the
moved
chief
away.
or the report taker at the time.
Were you acting in that
She had
capacity
to because she was a 911 call.
Yeah, maybe she moved away and they flew her in, because
Oh wow.
they have to estimate when they can get these people on there, and they have to put them up. So, they're going to try to get them in as soon as possible.
Yeah. Okay. Because I was waiting for her to say FBI.
I was waiting too, because why would they? So she must have moved away or something, and they had to bring her in.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
during the morning of July 10th of 2020?
Yes,
What shift were you working that day?
day shift.
All right. And were you assigned to the front desk
I was assigned to report taker.
as the report taker? Now, I want to direct your attention, if I could, to the time frame of 8:29 a.m. in the morning. Did you end up handling a call that involved the report of a missing child?
Yes.
Explain.
On the call was transferred back to me that it was a runaway on the phone, a runaway report to do on the phone.
Okay. Now, when it came back as a runaway, was it actually a report of a runaway child or a missing child?
Objection leading.
Overruled.
I had to hear what was being said to determine whether it was a missing person or a runaway.
Okay. With that being said, then describe what developed, or what telephone number did the call come in from? And let me ask you this, would it help to, did you prepare investigative reports in this matter?
Yes,
In that investigative report, did you document the name of the individual that you were receiving that call from?
yes,
And within that report, did you also document the telephone number that call was coming from?
yes,
Would it help to refresh your recollection by being able to review that report?
please.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
I'm going to object. The witness never testified that she didn't know the number. The question was not posed and answered before the recollection could be refreshed.
Ms. Cunningham.
Thank you. Ms. Forelli, without reviewing your report, would you know the telephone number that had called in at that time?
Not, I would have to look at my notes.
All right. And then additionally, would you need to look at your reports to identify the name of the individual calling in and the nature of the report that was being made?
Yes.
Your Honor, may the state approach the witness and provide her report to her to refresh her recollection?
Mr. Freeze.
It's sped up, Coco Cabana. It's sped up a little bit.
I'm handing you a report and I want you to look at that and tell me the document that I've handed to you.
Because I typed it.
Okay. Is this the report that you generated from the call that came in at 8:29 a.m. that morning?
Yes.
All right. Now, what telephone number did you receive a call from?
563-676-4247.
Who was the individual that was making the call at 8:29 a.m. in the morning?
Breasia Terrell.
No, the person making the
Oh,
call.
I'm sorry, Aisha Langford.
And what was the nature of the call or the reason for Aisha Langford calling you?
Your Honor, I have to object. This is now referring to a document that's hearsay. It's not refreshing recollection at this point.
Sustained.
Okay. Would it help you to go ahead and review that report? And then once you've had a chance to review it, could you set it aside and then testify as to what you recall?
Sure.
All right, let's go ahead and do that. Your Honor, may she do that?
She may.
Your Honor, I guess I have to object. There needs to be a question lodged before the witness full-scale reviews her report. At this point, the witness is reviewing her whole report before she testifies. I think that's improper.
Sustain the objection.
All right. Mrs. Varelli, do you recall the details of the call that you received on July 10th, 8:29 a.m.?
I remember talking to Aisha, yes.
Okay. And
Ms.
do you,
Cunningham, I apologize for the interruption. I think it would be proper to remove the report from the witness at this time.
absolutely. And do you recall the details of that conversation?
Yes, to a point. I mean, it was a long time ago.
All right. Let's go ahead and let's talk about what you recall. And if there are details that you don't recall, then let me know. All right. When Aisha Langford called into the department at that time, describe what occurred during your conversation with her.
I remember her telling me that she wanted to report her daughter as I don't remember if it was a missing person or a runaway at that time. I asked her what the circumstances were, and she told me her age. She's a good kid, and that she went to her son's dad's house to spend the night. And we briefly talked about her going over to the dad's house with her son. They had a good relationship. And she was worried about her daughter.
Okay. Now, when Aisha Langford reported to you that her son's father was coming down to the department to report the child missing, had Henry Dinkin shown up at the department?
No.
All right. Was there a discussion with Aisha Langford that Mr. Dinkins had not yet shown up to the report or to the department to report the child missing?
Yes, and that's when I asked her for his phone number. I gave
Your
him
Honor, I'm
a call.
objecting this portion of the answer after the word yes, and has to be stricken. That portion is hearsay and narrative.
Your Honor, it's being offered to explain the course of the witness's actions that she took.
Overruled.
Okay, what was the question?
Okay. Did you discuss with her the fact that Henry Dinkins had not yet responded to the department?
Yes.
Okay. And in that discussion, what developed that would have directed the course of your further conduct?
Well, I ran his name. I ran her name as we do every call that we get, and just reviewing on, stuff that I saw on the computer. That's when we move forward with other.
Further steps?
Mhm.
Now, was there any discussion with Ms. Langford where she was reporting to you cars that he may be driving, since you'd indicated that he wasn't there at the department?
No.
You don't recall
I
that?
don't recall that.
All right. And then from there, then did she give you any indication of where the address where Breasia had been when she had come up missing?
She did. She told me that he lived at Jersey Meadow Apartments, but she did not know the apartment number.
Okay. Was that an area that she was familiar with?
I don't know.
All right. From there, what directive did you give to Miss Langford as to what she should do?
I asked her for Henry's number.
Okay. And then did she provide a telephone number to you for Henry Dinkins?
She did.
Now, do you recall that telephone number as you sit there on the stand?
No.
Would it help to refresh your recollection by reviewing your report?
Yes.
Your Honor, may the witness or may the state approach the witness.
You may.
I'm handing you a report. I want you to look at that report. Tell me if you documented that number, and if so, once you've had a chance to refer to it, let us know, and then I'll have you set the report aside. It's also is your recollection refreshed?
Yes.
What was the telephone number that she provided to you for Henry Dinkins?
Well, I don't have it memorized, but it's in my report.
It is in your report? Okay. Do you need to look at the report to be able to cite that for the record?
Yes.
All right. Don't make a witness-
Hey, Truth, I got a question real fast.
563-726-40.
There you go.
Okay, this is a question I have. Now, this happened like a couple of years back, right? So she has her report in her writing, everything that happened that day. Why can she refer to that? Why skim over it real fast and then try to remember what happened 2 years ago? Because this happened, what, in 2020?
She disappeared in 2020.
So
Three
my
years
thing
later.
is, if I wrote everything down in that moment on what happened, I should be able to refer to that and not by just my my memory.
They're trying
because my report will be more accurate than my memory foresight.
They're trying to confuse her.
I know they're being an asshole.
They're frustrating her and they're confusing her and this is what you would do for a jury. You would try to confuse her and try to change what she's saying. Now they want to sit here and
but she's being questioned by the prosecutor. Why would the prosecutor want to confuse?
No,
it's the defendant.
Defense is objecting to her constantly looking at the report.
Oh, okay.
Exactly. So
is that why they removed the report?
Yeah, well, they keep removing it from her, but they're specifically asking for certain things in the report. That's why they're able to give her the report back. Well, you said this in this report. Do you recollect? Well, no, it's been 3 years. I don't.
Right. I mean, come on. We're not going to remember everything in detail 3 years ago.
Well, this is what they call the frustrating tactic. You frustrate them and hope that the prosecutor will move on.
Okay, so why is the judge approving this though?
No, he's not. You see, she keeps getting a report, right? They want her not to get the report. They want her to go off of memory. But you notice she keeps getting that report because the judge keeps denying their objection.
This is crazy. That's crazy as hell to me.
If she doesn't get the report, now at some point the judge says, why don't we take a recess? Why don't you look over your report so we don't have to stop every 5 minutes? Because, again, he's like, well, I don't understand, Your Honor. Shouldn't she know her report?
Not from 3 years ago. You're being a dick.
Yes, he is. But you're frustrating the witness, hoping that either the prosecution will move on from the question or she will get so frustrated that she just doesn't want to answer the question.
This is crazy.
But you notice they don't leave it in front of her.
Right. And if I was the judge, I'll be like, let her refer to her own report on her words and what she said 3 years ago.
There's plenty of times officers take the stand and go, may I look at my notes? Yes, go ahead. And then he'll go back and look at his notes. See, the thing is, he's saying, well, that should have refreshed your memory. Why wasn't this gone over before you came to court? The whole thing of them is you're wasting our time. She should have already seen this report. She should know everything in her report. You didn't give her this report prior to coming in here. She may have
flown in.
She may have just landed an hour or two ago, because they don't want to pay for a hotel the night before, especially when they don't know. They know they have another witness.
Right. I'm thinking she got in right when they called her. Like,
yes, that I believe. Yes, I believe the prosecutors picked her up from the airport and brought her to the courthouse. And once she arrived, because they're going to put her on a plane back home after she testifies.
Mm-hmm.
As soon as, what the thing is now, the defense, if they're asshole-ish as I think they are, they'd be like, well, we don't have any questions for this witness right now, but we'd like to be able to recall her maybe down the line. If they say that, then she can't go anywhere. She has to stay right there because they can call her at any time. But I think what they're trying to do is, she wrote some notes in there that the prosecutor is very interested in. Like, okay, I asked questions and they didn't have an answer. I asked them this and they couldn't tell me yes or no, or they couldn't describe to me this, so they couldn't. And then should refer back to Dinkins. Well, Dinkins never called, but I think they're trying to talk about what the mother had first said. So she said something in this initial report that the prosecutors want to get into evidence. All right, go ahead. Was that it? Was that it, Sweetberry?
Yeah, it pissed me off. That's why I had to come up here.
I know.
That pissed me off.
We know how you.
It's a tactic phone. They're gonna use them. That's what they're trying to do.
We know you only come out when you're pissed off. So yes.
No, not really pissed. Just frustrated with this bullshit because he's a dick, man.
Yeah. Well, yeah, but that's what he's being. It's what he's being paid by the state to do for his client. To be a dick.
Basically.
He's sitting there looking like his damn client next to him.
Yeah, they both are rotund, very rotund.
Looking like ebony and ivory.
Yeah, y'all can't open up on the Monday morning now.
Each of them is like, is the Grubhub here yet? Did the Grubhub get here yet?
No, it's really pissing me off because the way they're just sitting there, and then you have that little girl's picture up. It pisses me off.
I'm gonna keep a picture because the victim needs to be seen. Yes, I am. Because this is ridiculous. And he's sitting up there with his legs crossed. Well, I don't know if his legs crossed. Now he's sitting like he's sitting in a damn recliner in the house. I'm sick of him already.
The lawyer looked like a damn pervert his damn self. Shit. Go ahead.
That's what I'm talking about. The lawyer sitting up there like he's sitting in a recliner at the house. Just chilling. And his client on trial. You know what? I can't. He must be a public defender. He's too old to be a public defender. The hell?
No, there are a lot of old public defenders. Why? Because 90% of their cases are plea bargains.
Mm-hmm.
They like that.
Ends up doing question. I can believe it.
Well, he's not used to being in court. He's a public defender.
Is the defense attorney disabled or lazy? Lazy. Don't give a damn.
Is my bucket of chicken here yet?
Child. Okay, we're gonna get through this. Well, I don't know. We'll try.
078.
Once you had that number, what was the next step in the process as far as your involvement in this investigation that day?
I told Aisha I would call her back. I was going to call Henry.
Okay. Did you in fact call Mr. Dinkins?
Yes.
Okay. And him?
Yes.
What did that discussion consist of?
A runaway.
Okay. And did you say runaway or missing child?
I don't remember my exact wording.
At any rate, what developed in the conversation?
And he said he changed his mind. He wasn't on his way, but he did explain to me she's a good kid, never gets in trouble, and does good in school.
Okay. When he told you that he changed his mind about coming down to the department, did you find that disturbing?
Yes.
Okay. Did you broach that topic with him?
Yes.
Okay. And describe how the conversation developed between the two of you.
And basically, what do you mean you're not coming down here? There's a missing kid. Said he changed his mind. I said, well, where's the kid at? And he says, I don't know where the kid's at. She just left. And he said I could talk to his son. I told him, no, I wasn't on the phone to talk to his son. I was talking to him. Then he had his son try and say a few things, but I told him, no, I wanted to talk to him, not to his son.
All right. Now, did you attempt to collect an address for where Briasia had been at the time that she came up missing?
Yes, and I asked for the apartment number. He said he didn't know the apartment number. I did not think that was unusual because a lot of people don't know apartment numbers. They just know directions. So I asked him for his girlfriend's phone number. He gave me her phone number, and I was going to call her and get the apartment number.
Okay. Do you recall the name of the girlfriend at this point in time?
I don't.
Did you document the telephone number that he provided to you for the girlfriend?
I'm sure I did because I gave her a call.
And would it help to refresh your recollection by reviewing that report?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Again, I'm handing your report. I'd like you to look at it.
That lady, like, y'all gotta be kidding me. Do y'all know how many calls I take and you know how many years it's been?
That's
She's
what I'm
old.
saying. When you have that occupation, 911 calls, I'm not going to recall every last one.
She is so over it. She was over it when she sat down. She was over it when they told her she had to fly in. Yeah, she's over it.
Okay.
Who was the individual you called and at what number?
Andrea.
Okay. And the telephone number that you would have called her at?
I don't have it memorized.
You don't have it
I'm
memorized?
sorry.
Okay. Would you please read that number into the record by looking at it?
Yes.
Okay, let's do that. All right, what was that number for Andrea?
563-639-8716.
Did you then attempt to reach out to Andrea?
I did.
Okay. What developed when you tried to get a hold of Andrea?
She did answer the phone for me. I told her who I was. I told her I needed her apartment number. She asked me for what reason. I told her there's a missing kid and standard that an officer needs to go in and look, see if the kid's hiding or something like that. And she was reluctant to give me the phone number, but she eventually did give me, the apartment number. She
Okay.
did give it to me.
Just as far as the conversation that you had with Mr. Dinkins and then the follow-up with the girlfriend, Andrea, did that concern you?
Yes.
Explain.
And just the lack of nobody really caring for where she was or that she disappeared or ran away or whatever the case was, there was a lot of flags.
Having that perspective then, what steps did you take there in the department?
And I notified the station supervisor of what was going on and he did what he had to do.
Okay. Did you attempt to contact Mr. Dinkins again?
I did.
And what was the purpose for the second telephone contact with Mr. Dinkins?
To see where he was at. I told him that he needed to answer the phone when I called back.
Okay. And then did Mr. Dinkins give you any idea where he was located during that second telephone call?
No, he said he was on his way back to the apartment, so I gave him the benefit that he was back.
Okay.
On his way back.
All right. And then did he ever come in and place a report to you that Briasia Terrell was missing?
Did he?
Yeah.
And no, he never showed up at the police department, no.
Who was the only individual to call in and report Briasia missing?
Aisha.
Okay. Did that conclude your involvement in this matter?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
Mr. Freeze?
Ma'am, did Aisha Langford ever come to the police station?
No,
Why
not at that time.
Why did you not ask her to come to the police station?
And she did ask me. She asked me if she needed to come or leave work or what she needed to do. And I told her to stand by and wait till she hears back.
Okay, so her daughter's missing,
Mhm.
and you tell her to stand by the phone, right?
Yes,
Henry Dinkins, you call him, right?
yes,
You tell him to come down, right?
yes.
Why?
Well, she said he was on his way.
Okay, he changes his mind and he's not on his way.
Uh-huh.
Why is that a big deal?
What do you mean by that?
Why is it a big deal that Henry Dinkins didn't come to the police station, in your opinion?
I didn't say it was a big deal. I just told him, he said he was on his way back to the apartment. And I gave him the benefit he was on the way back to the apartment to report it
Okay. How many times did you call Mr. Dinkins?
twice.
And you also called Miss Culberson once?
Correct.
Did you tell her to come to the police station?
No,
Why not?
because the police were at her apartment complex already. And she needed to be there to open the door so they could look for the child.
So the fact that Mr. Dinkins didn't come to the police station is not a big deal, really.
Depends on who you're talking to.
I'm talking to you.
No, because I take reports over the phone and in person as well. So to me, it took a lot of runaway and missing people reports.
Because you just said it seemed concerning to you that no one cared.
Mhm.
No one seemed to care that this girl was missing, right?
Mhm.
Yes.
Correct? Mhm.
That included her mother, Aisha?
And I wouldn't say that. The whole circumstance didn't seem right to me.
Okay. It didn't seem right in the regard that people weren't showing up at the police station or what? I'm missing
No,
something.
just that she was 9 years old. And if I think it was Mr. Dinkins told me that she was missing from the middle of the night. Why did they wait till 8 o'clock to report that? To me was alarming, and she was young. That's alarming. That age, they don't run away at that age. At least I haven't taken a report of somebody running away in the middle of the night at that age.
Mr. Dinkins told you in one of those phone conversations that he was out looking for her, didn't he?
And I don't recall that, but I do recall him saying she was a good kid. She doesn't get in trouble.
Same thing that Aisha said, right?
Correct?
Mr. Dinkins answered the phone every time you called, correct?
Correct?
His conversations with you weren't agitated, were they?
No?
He was respectful, was he not?
Yes, he was.
Didn't seem to be confused, did he?
No?
Didn't seem scared, did he?
Well, I can't speak for how somebody felt over the phone. It was a normal conversation.
He sounded normal, didn't he?
Yes. To me, that's alarming when everybody sounded normal.
Including Aisha Langford.
And she was more, towards the end of our conversation, she was more alarmed.
Now, when the call came in, you were clear to say that the call came in through patrol, right?
And it came in through the front desk as a runaway report,
And
then
that's
transferred back to me.
You're clear that the call came in as a runaway, right?
Yes,
And the person that made that call was Aisha Langford, right?
correct.
And when you talked to Aisha Langford, she didn't tell you that she had any concerns that Henry Dinkins may have abducted this child, did she?
I don't recall it being worded like that.
Well, she didn't say that she was concerned that her daughter was in harm's way by being with Henry Dinkins, did she?
No,
She didn't say, you need to go find Henry Dinkins. I think he did something to my daughter, did she?
no,
In fact, she told you that Aisha had let Reasia spend the night voluntarily with Henry Dinkins, did she?
yes.
And you have no knowledge that Mr. Dinkins showed up voluntarily sometime that morning at the Davenport Police Department?
I do have knowledge he did end up showing up at the police department.
Okay, what time was that?
I have no idea the time,
And where'd you get that knowledge?
and I saw him walk in.
So earlier when Ms. Cunningham asked you about whether or not Mr. Dinkins showed up, I believe you said no.
Well, not during my initial conversation with him, he didn't show up. This was later in the day, only because I'm by a window where I can see people coming in.
It was before lunch, wasn't it?
I don't remember.
Did you talk to him?
No,
Who talked to him?
I have no idea.
Who met him?
I have no idea. I just saw him walking in.
Did you see Aisha Langford walk in?
And I've seen her walk in hundreds of times. I can't tell you when I saw her walk in,
Hundreds of times.
hundreds of times.
That's all I have.
Ms. Cunningham?
Yes, thank you. Ms. Varelli, with the information coming through that the child had been missing since the middle of the night, did that seem alarming to you that individuals the child was staying with hadn't reached out and reported that to the police department?
Very alarming.
Okay. And typically when a child is discovered missing and caretakers find that child missing, do they call right away?
Yes,
Objection, Lex Foundation. I'm not sure this officer's even competent. This person's even competent to testify to that.
Your Honor, I'll go ahead and lay some foundation. Ms.
I'm
Varelli,
gonna
how,
allow her to lay some foundation, but she did testify to that a bit in her cross examination. You may proceed.
thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Varelli, how long had you worked for the Davenport Police Department?
I think 10 years at that time.
Okay. And over the course of your 10-year career, had you taken multiple calls in the past of a child that caretakers were reporting missing?
Probably 100.
Okay. And with those calls, were those situations resolved fairly quickly?
Yes.
And typically, what would be discovered?
And well, depending on the age, and they were at a friend's house, they were at an after school project that the parent forgot about, or, just, they were always found relatively quick.
Okay. Did it trouble you that Mr. Dinkins indicated that he changed his mind and he wasn't coming down to the department to deal with the issue that Breasia had been missing since the middle of the night?
Very,
And was that distinctly different from what you have experienced in the past, when you have caretakers calling in and saying, a child, who lives with me or who I'm responsible for is missing?
very different.
Okay, I have no further questions.
Mr. Freeze,
Nothing further.
you may step down.
The judge is looking like, where the fuck is she going? Looking like Leave It to Beaver's mom.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Please have a seat there.
Is this the other guy they flew in?
She said 2 witnesses. She said 2.
Maybe he changed police forces?
Please state. Please state your name for the record and spell both your first and your last name.
Christopher Mayer, Kristopher, last name is Mayer, Mayer.
What is your occupation?
Police officer for the city of Davenport
How long have you been employed at the Davenport Police Department?
since January 2nd of 2001.
Okay. Describe your educational background and any training that you've received.
Attended Western Illinois University. Was hired by the Davenport Police Department in 2001, attended and completed the Iowa Law Enforcement Academy. During my first couple years, I attended a lot of training in the forensics area, crime scene photography, crime scene processing, scene documentation, crime scene surveying. From there, went through reconstruction training for automobile crashes through Illinois State Police. Did that for 17 years. During that time, I was a consultant for Trimble Forensics, Visual Statement, and Faro, actually going around the country and teaching police departments on crime scene diagramming and using various types of equipment, total stations, slow down. Total stations, laser scanners, measuring crime scenes with drones. So,
Is that an area of specialty that is utilized by the police department?
yes, it is.
Okay, all right. And then I want to direct your attention, if I could, to events of March 23rd of 2021. Were you involved in the investigation of Breasia Terrell?
On that day, yes.
Okay. And how is it that you became involved in investigative tasks that were performed on March 23rd of 2021?
I was contacted by detectives and requested to drive out to, I believe it's Clinton County, Office 61, 270th, to document incident scene there.
Okay. Are you familiar with the area of Kunow Implement by virtue of responsibilities that you carried out that particular day?
Yes,
Okay. Was the area of Kunow Implement and property just to the south of it where there was a pond and a wooded area, an area that you were directed to?
yes.
Now, what time of day would you have responded to that location?
It was right around 1 p.m.
Okay. And when you got there to the scene, if you could set the stage and help us understand what was developing out there.
When I got there, I met with various detectives. I think Detective Pfeiffer, or Sergeant Pfeiffer, was one of the supervisors at the scene. I know Iowa DCI was present. I think there was a doctor there from Iowa DCI too. Just a lot of different components, moving parts, and inquired what they needed of me, and they wanted me to measure and document remains that were found.
Okay. Now, Dr. Heather Garvin, an anthropologist with the State Medical Examiner's Office, was she out at the scene when you would have responded there?
Yes,
And when you responded to the scene, had there already been the discovery of skeletal remains that were in the process of being collected?
yes.
In conjunction with those skeletal remains, were there other items that were found either about the area of the skeletal remains or somewhere within the vicinity that you were asked to document the location of?
Yes.
All right. Now, if you could describe for us the technology that you were utilizing so that we could understand the relationship of various items of evidence to one another that was collected.
For that scene, I used a Leica TPS 407 total station. It's a manual total station, kind of like what you see on construction sites where they look through and aim at the prism to take precise measurements. Attached to that was a TDS Nomad, which is a data collector, and it runs
The software we ran at the time was called MFX, which is the data collection software. The way the total station operates, it's got an electronic distance meter in it, theodolite, THEODOLITE. And basically, really layman's terms, it shoots a laser out, measures the angle that the instrument's at, returns that back. Inside the computers inside of it, it assigns a point to that. Where
Okay. And then when you say you can put that on a what type of map?
in this case, I went on a two-dimensional map.
Oh, a two-dimensional map. All right. All right. Now, explain to us what would be the difference between a two-dimensional map versus a three-dimensional map?
Two-dimensional is you're looking straight down. Three-dimensional is, say you're two-dimensional, you're looking at a square. Three-dimensional, you're looking at a cube.
At a cube. All right. All right. With that being said, then, was there a reference point that you were working from for purposes of taking measurements?
Yes.
Okay. And what was that reference point?
The layout of when you came off the gravel road, it's almost like a circle around a clump of trees.
And you know what? We've introduced an exhibit. I'm going to go ahead and put that up and let you use that as a reference point.
Thank you.
Sergeant Mayer, we've got two exhibits that we've introduced, and then I'll let you tell me which would be most beneficial for you to utilize relative to your testimony. We've got State's Exhibit number 41, but then we've got State's Exhibit number 42.
42.
Which of the two would you prefer to use?
42.
42, okay. We'll put that up. And then we also have a laser pointer here that if you want to go ahead and utilize that to help us.
So over here you have, I'll just reference the road, is there's two cuts coming down. This was more rutted out. The remains were right around in this area. There's a little shelf or embankment that goes up. Right in the middle here, kind of like a drive with a roundabout, we'll call it. Then you have the shore. There's a path that goes down this way. So part of when I set up the total station, I wanted to get as much of the area as I could because it's line of sight. So right here, there's a tree. It should be right about there. Probably go back out and find exact location because I put a 5-inch steel spike in the ground centered on where the total station was at. Sorry.
Okay, and then was that the reference point that you utilized for different measurements that you took to document evidence that was recovered there at the scene?
That was the location, the base location where the total station was at to take all measurements off.
Okay. Now, in utilizing the total station, then help us just understand that a little bit further. If that is I'm going to call the base of operation, if you will, and there is an item of evidence, how is it then that it takes measurements so that you know what the distance is?
So with total stations, there's two ways they work. It's reflector or reflectorless. Shoots out the laser, you can actually aim the laser, tell it to take the measurement in the shot. With the reflector, which is what we used for this case, basically it's a pole with a red reflector on top that the laser picks up and measures back to. With reflectorless, you just measure to that and it measures the reflectance back. The difference is you lose any of your Z value, which would be your elevation when you're measuring reflectorless. So we didn't do that in this case.
All right. And then those measurements, are they then documented within the total station so that you can print out a report of the various measurements that you took?
They're recorded by the data collection software that's attached to the total station.
Okay, all right. Now I want to go back just so that I understand what it is that you were saying. When we look to the right side of the diagram, what's the name of the street that we see there?
270th Avenue.
Okay, and then if we go to the top of the diagram that's been identified as north, the larger of the two access points, when you went down there, did you indicate that there was kind of a circle drive that went around the area of that tree and then you could go back up?
There's a circle right through here that goes around this little, well, it's a big tree, but goes around this area.
All right, and then what types of things were you being asked to take measurements of?
So the way it worked is I handed the prism to the DCI personnel because they were aware of the scene and what the evidence was that they wanted to document. I operated the device. They told me what that individual point was, and then I coded it within the device as that point.
Okay, was there a diagram generated then which would identify the location of items of evidence within this area?
Yes,
And then is there also an exhibit that's been generated then that will tell us what each of those items of evidence was?
yes.
Okay. Your Honor, may the record reflect that I've previously provided to counsel with remark to State's Exhibits 142-1 through 142-7. May I approach the witness?
You may.
Okay. I'm handing you with remark to State's Exhibits 142-1 through 142-7. Your Honor, may we use the elbow?
You may.
Okay. All right. Looking at State's Exhibits 142-1 through 142-7, do you recognize that group exhibit?
Yes.
How do you recognize the group exhibit?
It is the diagrams of the points that were measured that I prepared.
Okay. And then how many diagrams are there total?
There's 5.
Okay. Is there a descriptor then that would act as a legend to describe the various items that were being measured?
Yes,
And then within that group exhibit, then do you have the various measurements that you had taken?
yes,
Okay. Does this then provide us where each item of evidence was located?
yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to introduce State's Exhibits 142-1 through 142-7.
Your Honor, we have no objection.
That exhibit will be admitted.
Okay. May I display this, Your Honor?
You may.
Okay. All right. Sergeant Mayor, what I'm going to do, I'm going to hand your exhibit to the judge so that he doesn't have to turn around and look back at the screen. You'll have the ability to see what we're putting out on that screen in front of you. All right? Okay. All right, as we look at State's Exhibit 142-1, explain to us what it is that we are seeing in this exhibit.
It's basically it's a 2-dimensional diagram of the scene that we measured.
Okay, I'd like for you to take this little laser pointer, and if you could look back. On this particular sketch, is 270th Avenue represented on the sketch?
Yes, it is. It's
Okay.
the road that runs across the left to right across the top diagonally.
Okay, is the laser pointer not working?
It doesn't like the screen.
Oh, it doesn't like it. Oh, yeah, it doesn't. The screen doesn't like it. Gotcha. All right, and then go ahead. We also have pointers for you to work with if you'd like us to do that.
The 270th runs diagonally across there.
Okay, now that steep access road, where is that reflected on the diagram?
So you have the 2 access roads. The main one, I don't really call this a road because there's just ruts going down the hill. But you have the road there, which should be match up with that road, and then the rutted road right there.
Absolutely. And then as you get to the base of that road, describe what is depicted on that sketch.
You have where it goes around the trees there. You have a little go around there. The pond would be down here. There's a little path that goes off through the woods there. You have the various evidence markers. The green, I believe, I just assigned to non-skeletal or remains or non-evidence. The red was, I believe, bullets, and then the skeletal remains are the pink.
All right. Whenever there is evidence being collected, are there any type of evidence markers that are utilized by individuals involved in the process of collecting a piece of evidence?
DCI had flags set up in there.
Okay.
So the numbers that are there, when I put this together, were there instead of having words all over the place. It's just markers that go with what that evidence was as I went through, as what was identified by them to me as I measured it.
Okay. So then to be clear, for each item of evidence that we see on this sketch, are you utilizing the numbers that had been assigned by the DCI where they place the flags next to an item of evidence? Or are these your own numbers?
These are my own numbers. They just told me what the evidence was and held the reflector on that evidence, and I measured it.
Okay, thank you for helping me understand that. Now, let's talk about that pathway that feeds off that circle drive going to what is at the south, essentially.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, show us where that pathway would be then when we look over at State's Exhibit 42.
Comes off, it's wooded, it's a dirt pathway, and just runs to the south right along in that area.
What was found when you proceeded down in that pathway, or when
They measure what they identified as a shirt, and then there was a white jug.
okay, all right, and then the clump of numbers that we see, show us where that would correlate to locations on State's Exhibit 42.
So if you come off we'll call it the main road off 270th to the right over in this area, that's a tire that's there. It's that general vicinity.
Absolutely. As we move through the sketches, is it going to be more clear what items there are represented in that clump of numbers?
Yes.
Okay, now, again, let's go to then what would be the north side of the pond. And looking down here, going back to your sketch, is there a clothing item that was found near the skeletal remains?
There's another item that they identified as a shirt.
All right, and then is everything else pretty much clumped together in that large clumping that we're seeing?
Yes.
Okay. Taking you to State's Exhibit 142-2, how does this particular sketch differ from the previous sketch that we've seen?
It's the same diagram, it's just zoomed in.
Okay, got it. And then have you set some type of measurement on this?
There's a scale bar that's in feet.
Okay, all right. How is that utilized?
If you want to measure anything in there, 0 to 50 feet, that would be if you were to measure that, it would, that scale, that's the scale of the diagram.
Gotcha. Let's go to 142-3. What is 142-3 and what would be the difference between that and our previous exhibits?
It is the area where the evidence was kind of zoomed in even closer.
All right, and I'm actually going to flip that around. And as we look at this, then, are you identifying what has been located?
Yes.
All right. Take us through that numerically.
This is what was identified by me by the DCI people that were holding the prison. They told me what the evidence was, and that's what I coded it as. So over here you have a shoe, number 4, bullet, skull, elbow, hand, ribs, right toe, femoral head, which was part of a leg bone, I believe. And then 13 was a leg bone, and then 14 is a foot bone.
Okay, I'm going to ask you to go back for purposes of our written record. The shoe was what number? Where we have a number of skeletal remains. Give us the number assigned to each item that you identified.
So marker number 1 is the white jug. Number 2 was the shirt. Number 3 was the shirt. Number 4 was the shoe. 5 and 6 were bullet. 7 was the skull. 8 was a femoral head. 9 was the elbow. 10 was a hand. 11 was ribs. 12 was right toe. 13 was left leg. And 14 was foot bone.
Okay. State's Exhibit 142-4 then. How does this differ from the previous exhibit?
It's pretty much the same. It's just zoomed in closer.
Okay. And then going to State's Exhibit 142.5, and let me turn that upside down. What is it that we're seeing in this one? Hold on, let me go down.
It was the kind of references the location of the shirt, which and refer back to the map over here, which was further to the west of the remains that were here.
Gotcha. All right. And then 142.6. What is State's Exhibit 142.6?
It's just a legend that was put together to identify what the markers were
Okay.
that I assigned to it.
All right. And then just walk us through that for purposes of our written record.
Marker number 1 was the white jug. 2 shirt, 3 shirt, 4 shoe, 5 and 6 were the bullet. 7 was a skull. 8 was a femoral head. 10 was a elbow.
9.
9 elbow. 10 hand. 11 ribs. 12 was right toe. 13 was left leg, and then 14 was a foot bone.
And then finally, State's Exhibit 142.7. What is this particular exhibit?
That's the measurement log of all the points that were taken from the project
Okay, and so then does that give us all of the measurements relative to these items?
to create the diagram. Yes.
Gotcha. All right. Did that conclude your involvement in this matter?
Yes.
Your Honor, I don't have any further questions of this witness.
Mr. Waters, just briefly, Your Honor, thank you. Sir, essentially what I'm gathering is that you show up on the scene on this date, I think on March 23rd of 2021, right?
Yes, sir.
And then your job essentially is to put up the
Melissa, I missed your question. Truth, are you available?
Yes.
Melissa said, I'd like to know whose responsibility was it to make sure he registered as a sex offender when he was 17.
It's his own.
Yeah, that's why he was arrested for it, because it was up to him to do it. And don't like if he move or anything like that, he has to like let them know and all that crap. I don't know
Yes,
exactly.
if he moves residence, he has to let the Iowa registry know that he has moved, so that they know whether he's within a school district or a daycare or even a community center,
Mm-hmm.
because the specifics of his release was to not be around children. And the reason he got arrested was because there was children in the apartment with him that were not his own. Understand what that means? You could be around your children if it's not your children that you did this to,
Mm-hmm.
but you cannot be around someone else's child that is not a blood relations of you.
Mm-hmm.
She was not a blood relations of his. She should have not been around him.
That's why I need to know if the mama knew that he was a registered sex offender.
That's what I want to know, Truth. Since it happened to him when he was 17,
But the child was 5.
right?
Mm-hmm.
And I just want to know: did these people know that he was a sex offender?
Okay, here's the thing about that. When he was arrested and then he got paroled, it was not on the sex offense. It was on drugs. He was arrested for controlled substance.
No, I'm not talking about that arrest. The original arrest when he did that to that 5-year-old.
1990.
Okay. My question is, I wonder if this little girl's mother knew that he had did something like that.
I don't know. You can't say specifically if she knew or not, because in an article she was asked about that and she said, I didn't know about him. He was weird, but I didn't know about him.
But yet you got a whole child with him.
Mm. Well, that's the thing, though.
Well, that tells me that she probably didn't know. And you know how you meet people, and it's like sometimes they're weird, not necessarily in a bad way or whatever. So, oh my God, this is just horrible.
That's why you're supposed to know who you have kids by.
Yep.
Well, the reason he got arrested was because he was not at the address that he has posted as the address for the registry. They only give you X amount of days to re-register. I believe maybe 30 days you have to notify. And then the fact that he told the police, well, I don't live here, I live down there. Well, where do you live? Yeah, I don't know the address.
It just makes me wonder how many other children he has done this to, but just didn't get caught.
That's what they're looking at right now. They're everywhere he's been. They're looking to see if there's children that have come up missing or he's had contact with children, because they're asking the mother right there. So how many children has he had contact with that we don't know of?
Yeah, because you're not going to tell me he did that to that 5-year-old and then years later he ain't done touched another child and then did this child. I don't believe that.
He's been doing it.
Yes, I don't believe that. He's done it to other children.
Yeah.
Well, that's the thing, though. They're the people that investigate stuff like that, because the people that monitor the registry, they have an investigation department with them. Now they're going to say, well, if we didn't know where he was for this long, where's he been? So now they're trying to track his whereabouts. Where's he been? Where has he been living? You know, because they've asked her, how long has he lived here with you?
Mm-hmm.
Well, he's only been here maybe 6-7 months. Well, where was he before that? Well, I don't know. So now they're trying to find out where has he been. they're tracking his locations, because again, you don't just pop up and say, "Ooh, look, here's a child. Ooh, nobody notices they're with me." You know, this is like I thought that too. And I said that a couple days ago, and each live I said they're trying to find out if there's anyone just like this. How many children has his son brought him around? Those are all the questions. Did other children come in contact with him because of the child?
So he wasn't considered a child at 17?
Remember, there's an age difference clause within a lot of these things. You can only be 3 years older than the person you're with if they're under the age of 16.
Well, we can guarantee that he wasn't with that child when she was 5.
No, no, but see, that's why his charges were specific to him, because remember I said there's charges under the age of 13. So over the 13 and above is a different charge, but under the age of 13 is considered a more severe. He is a tier 3 sex offender, which is the highest tier to recommit. Okay, first tier means you made a mistake. You're most likely not going to recommit. Tier 2, there's a possibility that this person may still have this in them. A tier 3 is we're pretty sure he's going to recommit the crime. We're pretty sure. We need to keep a tight leash on him. That's why when tier 3s do not register, they're immediately arrested. A tier 2, that means, he might have messed around with someone that was a little younger than he was supposed to. A tier 1 is usually the statutory rape count is a tier 1. Somebody's parents got pissed off. You were above the age of 16. They weren't, and they considered it statutory rape. So you see, there's a severity in there, and he was the top tier to reoffend.
Oh wow. Okay.
Which she should have. Look, that's why the register is online, so that you could just look up someone's name. I found his sex registry in a matter of minutes. That's how I knew he was a tier 3. I put his name into the sex registry of Ohio, and boom, his name came right out. And it says his charges right there.
You mean Iowa? You keep saying
Iowa. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Melissa. Please don't throw things at me again. I'm just saying it was that easy just to put his name in there, and it pops up, and it says that he was 17, and his offense was sexual abuse of someone under the age of 13. And then it says right beside it, this could be 0 to 13.
Ooh, child. All right, let's listen, y'all. I'm gonna try to get through these
prisms or poles, and then figure out the distance between these items, right? I just measured to the locations. I gave it to the crime scene personnel from DCI. They told me what it was, helped the prism vote on the evidence, and I took the measurement and coded it. Okay, and these items had already been mapped out and laid out, or rather, they had already been identified by the DCI. Correct. So when you show up, I want to talk about items number 5 and number 6. Those were the 2 bullets. When you show up and you put these poles or whatever it is that you're doing, how are these 2 bullets laying? I imagine on the ground, right? They were on the ground, yes. Exactly to where they were laying. I didn't examine. I mean, I did a quick look over, cursory look, but evidence personnel actually held the prism for each shot and told me what that was, and I was
can reference the measurement log. So I'm 41 feet away from them roughly. And they're just saying the shot, that's what it is, bullet. So they would have held it to the location that they had. All I did was measure off what they identified.
Okay, but you with your own eyes saw these 2 bullets, right?
Yes.
Okay, were those fired bullets?
Yes. Well, they were, I don't remember the details. I didn't examine them.
They were slugs, right?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, that's all I have for you. Thank you.
The state has no further questions.
You may step down. Ms. Cunningham, are you calling? Oh, you have another one. Hold on, let me see.
She's going to be a little bit, and then Alicia Fritz. Those are the 2 we've got to get done today.
Well, I think this would be a good time for our mid-afternoon break.
Okay.
All right. We will be in adjournment for approximately 10 to 15 minutes. Thank you.
We do know they're on break, right?
Yeah, I fast forward. It's about to restart.
Next witness.
Yes, Your Honor.
You may call the next witness.
The state calls Jill Foster.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please take the stand. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you please state and spell your name? Jill Foster, Jill Foster. How are you currently employed? I am currently employed by the U.S. Army Forensics Exploitation Department as a firearm and toolmark examiner.
And how long have you worked for the military?
A little over 2.5 years.
Prior to your current employment, where were you working?
I worked at the Davenport Police Department.
And in what capacity did you work for the Davenport Police Department?
I was their lead crime scene technician.
And how long were you employed as a lead crime scene technician?
For 12 years.
Can you briefly describe your educational background and the training that you would have received to be a crime scene technician?
So I have a bachelor's degree in chemistry, a bachelor's degree in criminalistics, a master's degree in forensic science, and I am certified as a senior crime scene analyst with the International Association for Identification.
What exactly were your duties as the lead crime scene technician for the Davenport Police Department?
So as lead technician, we do a lot of supervisory duties, which don't come into play in things like this. When we're working a shift, we're called out to anything that could potentially be considered a crime scene. And our job is to go to that scene, document it, try to preserve and identify any evidence that we can, and then do the collection of that evidence.
As part of your duties, have you received specialized training in documenting and collecting items of evidence?
Yes, I have.
Generally speaking, when you are called to a crime scene, what is your process that you follow to document and identify and preserve any items of evidence?
So upon my arrival, the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to start taking photographs. That is the best way that we can preserve the scene as we see it upon our arrival. And I'm also going to take notes. So what I have is called an ID card that I make when I take photographs. Is my first photograph. And on the back of that, I will take notes. And then those notes will get put into a report later on. As we go through the scene, we'll do a quick walkthrough of it, try to locate and identify anything that could be considered evidence in the case that we're working, and we'll mark it with markers, we'll make notations of it, and we'll photograph it as we go.
And you indicated that you start with taking overall photos. As you do start to identify items that may be items of interest, how would you then focus your photography on those items?
So we start with overviews of the whole scene to document the entire scene. Then we're going to do intermediates. We want to show the relationship of the evidence between each other. So we'll do intermediates, which is slightly a little bit close up. It's showing that evidence, but it's not completely focused on that evidence. And then once we identify the evidence, we'll do close up of that evidence. So they'll actually fill the frame and those will just focus entirely on that piece of evidence.
You also indicated that at some point you would mark those items as well.
Yes.
What does that entail?
So we have what's called evidence markers. They're usually brightly colored and they're numbered. And this allows us to flag the items of evidence so that when I'm looking at the entirety of the scene, I can see where that evidence is located.
After you document those items, how would you proceed with processing a crime scene?
It's all going to depend on the evidence that I have in that scene. So every scene is different. If it's an item that can be easily collected and preserved, we're going to photograph it and then we're going to collect it and appropriately package it. And that packaging is going to be sealed, dated, and marked, and then secured in our vehicle. If it's an item of evidence that cannot be physically collected, we will photograph it. If it's something that could be swabbed, we will swab it, such as like biological items. If it's impression evidence that we can't do, we'll do more close-up photographs with scale, and then we'll also attempt to either cast or lift them.
For the items that you are able to collect, you indicated that you would package them and place them in your car. From there, where would those items go?
So once we're done processing the scene, we'll return back to our lab at the Davenport Police Department. Those items would then be inventoried and verified and placed into our electronic evidence program. Labels are created and attached to the packaging, and then they're placed in pass-through lockers to be received by our Property and Evidence Division.
And typically would those items remain in your custody, care, and control until the point that they're placed into that locker?
Yes, they would never leave my custody.
Now, back on July 10th of 2020, were you working for the Davenport Police Department at that point in time?
Yes, I was.
And were you working in your capacity as the lead crime scene technician?
Yes, I was.
Now, at some point in that afternoon, were you dispatched to the police station in order to photograph a vehicle?
Yes, at approximately 2:30 that afternoon, I was dispatched to our police garage, the garage that we use for the police, in order to to serve a search warrant on a vehicle.
Now, this garage that you're talking about, what do you mean when you say a police garage?
So the main garage is just the bay where we keep all of the police vehicles and vehicles coming in and out to be processed. Once I get down there, I have access to what's our secure evidence garage. That's got limited access. And then we then move that vehicle into the secure access garage.
Now, you mentioned that part of your job was to serve a search warrant on this vehicle.
Yes, so the detectives would have obtained a search warrant, notating certain things that they wanted completed with the vehicle. And then it is my job to complete those tasks.
Do you recall at this time what the purpose of what you were looking for in that particular day in regards to this vehicle?
So at this point, we didn't have much information. And what we don't want to do is we don't want to rush into processing something. So we just wanted to do an initial search of the vehicle to see if there was any evidence that could help us identify or give us any investigative leads in this case. So we were just looking for, anything that can do that. So it's just kind of more of a brief preview of the vehicle. And then as we got more information, we would come up with a game plan on how to actually process the vehicle.
So once you arrived at the police garage, what initial observations did you make of this particular vehicle?
So it was a red in color Chevy Impala, and it was brought into our secure bay.
So after you make your initial observations, how did you proceed with processing this vehicle?
So our next step is to take photographs. So once again, that's the initial documentation stage. So we take photographs of both the exterior and interior of the vehicle.
May I approach your honor?
You may.
Ms. Foster, I'm handing you what's been marked as States Exhibits 1-1 through 126. Do you recognize those exhibits?
Yes, these are the photographs that I took of the vehicle that day.
So did these exhibits fairly accurately depict the Chevy Impala that was brought into the Davenport Police Garage on July 10th, 2020 at approximately 2:30 p.m.?
Yes, they do.
And do they contain both the exterior and interior photos that you previously described taking?
Yes, they do.
At this time, Your Honor, the state would offer exhibits 1-1 through 126 into evidence.
No objection.
Those exhibits will be admitted.
May I finish, Your Honor?
You may.
So, Ms. Foster, I'm going to show you first State's Exhibit 1. If there's a better way to do this. Okay, well, it's labeled here, State's Exhibit 1-2. And Elmo unfortunately does not capture the whole image. Maybe that's a little better. What's being depicted in State's Exhibit 1-2?
So this is an overview of the rear of the vehicle showing both the trunk area and the rear driver's side.
This is State's Exhibit 1-3. What's being depicted in this photograph?
This is another overview from the rear showing both the trunk area and the rear passenger side.
Specifically on the trunk there, do you make any specific observations of any stickers or objects of that sort?
Yes, there was a sticker on the rear next to the tail light above the, I believe it's a flex fuel sign of the vehicle.
And what color does that sticker appear to be?
It is white in color.
Showing you then State's Exhibit 1-4. What's being depicted in this photograph?
That is an overview of the front of the vehicle and the front passenger side.
State's Exhibit 1-5. What's being depicted here?
That is the front of the vehicle, and it shows the hood area and the front driver's side.
State's Exhibit 1-6.
That is an overview of just the entire front end of the vehicle.
Would this photograph also depict the license plate on that vehicle?
Yes.
And regarding a sticker or anything that's being depicted in this photograph as well?
Yes, there was a sticker on the front driver's side portion of the vehicle that looks similar to what a parking pass type of sticker.
Showing you then just State's Exhibit 1-7. As you were documenting and observing this vehicle, did you make any observations about the tint of the windows?
Yes, the vehicle did have a darker tint on the windows than we don't normally see. They can come in different variations, but it was a darker tint.
And is that being depicted in State's Exhibit 1-7?
Yes, it is.
This is State's Exhibit 1-9. And what's being depicted in this photograph?
That is an overview of the entirety of the trunk area of the vehicle.
And again, this photograph also depicts the license plate and that sticker that's on the trunk of the vehicle as well.
Yes, it does.
At some point then, you would have begun taking interior photographs of this vehicle. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Showing you State's Exhibit 1-16. What is being depicted in this photograph?
That is an overview of the front passenger side or seat. And it also shows the condition of the interior of the vehicle and then any objects that are located inside the vehicle.
I'm showing you State's Exhibit 1-15. What's being depicted here?
That is an overview of the rear passenger seat, also showing any items and the condition of the vehicle.
And then State's Exhibit 1-12. What is being depicted here?
That is an overview of the trunk and the items that were located inside the trunk.
Now, during your search of this vehicle, at any point in time were the items inside the trunk moved at all?
No, they were not.
Why not?
Any time that we process or access a scene, such as this vehicle, you're altering it. And so until we know what evidence we want to focus on and what is going to be a priority, we don't want to manipulate it. We don't want to take the chance of altering anything unnecessarily or contaminating anything unnecessarily.
So even though in this photograph, there appears to be a box with items inside of it, at any point in time, did you or anyone else, while you were executing this search warrant, start to look through or rummage through that box to see what else was in there?
No, we did not.
Same goes for any of the other items depicted in this photograph.
Correct.
after taking photographs then of both the interior and exterior of this vehicle, how did you proceed with your processing?
So at this point, it was determined we were going to do an initial search for any bodily fluids or blood items. So we used an alternate light source to view the interior of the vehicle and the trunk area of the vehicle.
Explain what you mean when you describe using an alternative light source to try to find either blood or some other bodily fluid.
So an alternate light source allows us to use specific wavelengths of light to view items. In this case, what we have looks kind of like a flashlight on the end of a big box that we can use to view items. And then when we're looking at it in specific wavelengths, we use filter goggles. Those filter goggles are also going to help us filter out specific wavelengths of light. What this does is it allows us to see the reflection or absorption of the light on items within the vehicle. So with bodily fluids, they reflect light. So they almost look like they fluoresce or luminesce under the alternate light source. With blood, blood absorbs all light, so it gives it kind of a matte black appearance. And it's just a tool for us, kind of a presumptive way of looking and seeing if we can find anything that would be evidentiary as far as blood or bodily fluids.
So when you're describing this process of using this alternative light source, what I'm picturing is you wearing some sort of weird goggles, holding up some sort of colored light and just looking around this vehicle. Is that fair to say?
That is pretty accurate, yes.
And again, would that process of using this light involve any sort of touching or anything like that of the interior of the vehicle?
No, it does not.
So specifically when referring to bodily fluids, you indicated that using this light, bodily fluids tend to fluoresce or look brighter. Is that fair?
Yeah, so when I state bodily fluids, I'm talking more biological, so saliva, semen, vaginal secretions, things of that nature.
And did you note any areas within this vehicle that did fluoresce or appear to perhaps have some bodily fluids?
Yes, there were some areas on the rear seat that did.
So I'm showing you again, State's Exhibit 115. When you indicated some areas in the rear seat, again, is that what's being depicted here in this photograph?
The rear seat is, yes.
Did you take any additional photographs of any of those areas that were fluorescing when you used the alternative light source?
No, at this point, they were just notated, and what we would do is when we go to actually process the vehicle, we would make sure we were considering that and adding that into the processing sequence.
So at this point, the purpose was just to note anything, not necessarily do any further examination on those findings.
Yes.
Were there any other areas in the interior of the vehicle where you noted potential bodily fluids?
Not at that time, no.
Did you then do the same alternative light source where you were looking for potential blood?
So yes, so when we do the alternate light source, I can easily change the wavelength. So it's 415 to 430 nanometers with either clear or orange. So we can actually look for both the blood and the biologicals at the same time.
And did you know any potential areas of blood either within the interior of the car or the trunk of the car?
There was some items that indicated they could possibly be blood on an item in the trunk of the vehicle.
And I'm showing you State's Exhibit 112. Do you recall which items or areas within the trunk where your findings indicated potential blood?
So it's very difficult to see from this photograph, but on the side of this black and white bag, towards the very front of the trunk, you could see an axe head. We didn't want to manipulate or move anything, but that is what was viewed. On that axe, there was some indication that there could be blood.
And again, was anything done at that time to further process that axe head?
No, the only thing that was done was by a detective that was there that documented it.
Was there any further processing done with this vehicle at this time?
No, there was not.
And at the conclusion then of your processing, what would have been done with this vehicle?
So what happens when I'm completed is all the doors are shut. Each door is sealed with evidence tape and it's dated and signed by myself. So that way it is secure and we'll be able to notate if anybody accesses the vehicle.
And was that done in this particular case?
Yes, it was.
After processing the Chevy Impala, were you then asked to come to the police station to take additional photographs?
Yes, I was asked to respond upstairs to the Detective Bureau to take some photographs and serve a search warrant.
And who were you, or what were you being asked to take photographs of it? Do you recall approximately what time that would have been?
It was approximately 5:57
AM or PM?
It was PM.
Why were you being asked to take photographs of Henry Dinkins?
So at this point, I was informed that he had been identified as the possible suspect in the case, and then they had wanted us to serve a search warrant and process him. So this time, even people could be considered crime scenes, so we were going to process him for any evidence.
When you were dealing with a person that could be considered a potential crime scene, how would you then proceed with processing that individual?
So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to take photographs. They're going to consist of the same thing: overviews of the person, intermediates of the person, and then focus on anything that has been determined. So if there's any injuries, if they're looking at hands, identifying marks or features, anything of that nature.
And was that done in this particular case?
Yes, it was.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Officer, I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibits 2-1 through 2-8. Could you please look through those? Do you recognize those exhibits?
Yes, I do.
And what is being shown in Exhibits 2-1 through 2-8?
Those are the photographs I took of Henry Dinkins that day.
And those were photographs taken on July 10th, 2020 at Davenport Police Station?
Yes, they were.
And they fairly accurately depict who Mr. Dinkins would have looked at the police station on that day?
Upon my arrival, yes.
Upon your arrival? Yes. At this time, Your Honor, the state would offer Exhibits 2-1 through 2-8 into evidence.
No objection. Those exhibits will be admitted.
May I publish, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm showing you here fortunately, that's about as much as I can show right here. This is State's Exhibit 2-2. What's being depicted in this photograph?
So this is an overview of the subject, and I know you can't see the head, but it's actually from the top of the head to the bottom of the feet.
If I turn it this way here, you can see the rest of the photograph does contain a picture of his face.
Yes, it does.
Now, you mentioned that as you arrived to the police station, this is how Mr. Dinkins looked. To your knowledge, did he have other clothing on before your arrival?
I believe I asked a detective about collection of clothing, and they were taking care of that. So I'm not sure what his state of dress was upon my arrival.
But this is how he looked once you made contact with him.
Correct.
Showing you State's Exhibit 2-3. What are we being shown here?
So this will be his left side as an overview.
What's the purpose of taking multiple angles, overall pictures of an individual?
We want to show the entirety. So in this case, it's like a piece of evidence or a scene. We want to show its entirety. We don't want to miss anything. So that way, if there's something we need to look at later on, we have the entirety and we can show it.
I'm showing you State's Exhibit 2-4. What's being depicted here?
That is the back of the subject.
And then State's Exhibit 2-5. What's being shown here?
And that's an overview of the right side.
From your observations, did you note anything of significance in any of the overall photographs that you took of Mr. Dinkins?
No, I did not.
Showing you then State's Exhibit 2-7. What is being depicted here?
So as part of the search warrant, I was asked to take photographs and document the condition of his hands.
And specifically what's being shown then in State's Exhibit 2-7?
So on this one, it's the back of both of his hands.
And did you know anything of significance on the back of his hands?
No, I did not.
He's wearing a wedding ring.
8, what's being shown here?
So these are close-ups of the palm.
I was just about to say that. Hold on.
He need to clip his nails, old nasty fat bastard.
What in the hell? Oh, look at it. Look at Yana.
We got plumber's crazy. That man has no booty whatsoever.
Wait a minute.
None. It just is straight down his back.
Hold on. Why can't I get to the ring? Hold on, y'all.
That's definitely a wedding ring. He's got a wedding band on. See it?
Look at that. Who the hell is he married to? That is a wedding band.
And what the hell's wrong with his pinky? The fuck is that little tiny nail? That you fat bitch. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yo, did y'all need you to look it up? Is he married? Who the hell married? Is he married to Ogle, the lady at the apartment?
Hold on, I'll take a look.
This is not good. The fuck?
Yes. And did you know anything of significance on the back of his hands?
No, I did not.
I ain't Natasha girl.
Showing you State's Exhibit 2.
Yeah, he got a wedding ring on.
These are close-ups of the palms of his hands.
And again, anything of significance that you noted on the palms of his hands?
No, there was not.
Now, while you were executing the search warrant on Mr. Deacon, initially, were you going to engage in more processing of him personally at that time?
Yes, it was requested that I take buccal swabs or known swabs of the subject and also swabs of his fingers and under his nails.
Now, you mentioned a buccal swab and called it a known swab. What does that mean?
That means we have actually identified the subject. We
Ask questions. That probably that slow looking lady that opened the door and let the cops snoop through her apartment on the day. That's Ogle. I call her Ogle. Is he married to her? Ooh, baby, this gets deeper. All right, y'all. We believe it or not, y'all. Let me see. We're gonna get through this first video that we've been watching for the last couple of days. It's actually 7 hours and 32 minutes long. We're at the 6 hour, 47-second mark. Okay. So I want to try to get through what I do. Listen, ask questions. Don't even go there. What's going on? Now you help me.
Okay. You told to look up this man. Let me tell you something. His first criminal offense 1990. So let me just put the dates to you right here.
Okay.
What? Okay, 2003, 2007, 2001, 2003, 2008, 2010, 2010, 2016, 2018. In 2018, he was charged for first-degree murder.
What? What the hell happened?
Car accident.
Reckless driving.
Yes, driving while barred, habitual offender, sex offender registry failure. He's never registered like he was supposed to. Driving while license was denied.
Why in the hell was this man
out on the
constantly being put out on the street?
2018, 2008, that's the same one. 2007, the sex offender registry failure to register. 2009 is the driving. 2011, possession of a controlled substance. That's what he's in jail for now. 2011, operating a vehicle while intoxicated, third offense.
What?
2019, operating while under the influence, third offense, possession of drug paraphernalia. 2002, fifth degree theft. 2008, 2011, 2009, 2015, voluntary absence from custody, meaning he was supposed to turn himself in and he did not turn himself in.
Why in the hell was
That's
this
2015. 2007, interference with official act, driving while license denied, revoked, failure to register, felony D, improper registration plates, finance, fifth degree larceny, domestic abuse assault caused bodily injury.
What?
He's an habitual offender.
Oh my
But
God!
okay,
He was supposed to be under the jail.
Okay, domestic abuse assault caused bodily injury, mental illness.
Oh, the system failed. This little girl could have still been walking this earth.
Absolutely.
Striking fixtures.
Yeah.
Another sex offender registry. He's been that's his first offense in 2007. Live within 2,000 yards of a school. Here's 2000. Disorderly conduct was 2000. This is the one he got.
You still going?
I'm still going. 2019, meth delivery, 900 plus grams. Manufacturing. That's 2019. 2003, unknown charge. That was 2003. Criminal trespassing, 2004. Here's the 2003 again. Theft of 300 first. Theft switch price. So he was in the store switching.
He was in the store switching tags.
Yeah.
Lord have mercy.
So now there is a woman on here, a name on here, Anita Ann McCurry, 52. Who is she? Let's see who she is.
I'm disgusted. I'm just disgusted. I'm just blown the fuck away.
Now, see, this maybe this is who he's married to, because he's on here as a relative, but there's no other Dinkins listed but him. Let's see, is she a big criminal too? Oh yeah, she's a criminal too.
Oh God! Oh, you know what? Every time you come with that fuck shit,
she's a criminal too.
Oh Lord Jesus, like
theft, assault causing bodily injury. This is 2001 for her. Compulsory education violation. You have to look that one up. Disorderly conduct, theft, assault, and Department of Corrections. So she's been incarcerated.
Wait a minute, the slow woman that opened the door and let the cops in said she was born in 19. Ain't no way.
Wait a minute, wait. Said she was what? What was her last name?
Andrea. Something with an S, I think.
Oh, okay. All right. So that's not her. Because this woman lives in Bettendorf, Iowa. Which is not that
lady said she was born in 1983.
Which is not far from Davenport. So this Bettendorf is not far from Davenport. I'm not seeing a marriage license for him. All right, let me switch.
No marriage license, but he got a whole wedding band on. What?
Then let me see. Let me switch the database. They definitely shared an address.
Who?
McCurry and him definitely shared an address.
Oh, okay.
Oh, wait. Nita Ann Dinkins is an alias of hers. A. Ann Dinkins. Nita Dinkins, spelled with an E. These are all her known. I'm looking at all her aliases. And she does call herself Dinkins.
That's probably his wife.
Yeah, that's his
know.
wife. I'm looking at the aliases, and it says Nita Ann Dinkins. Ann Dinkins. So that's his wife right there. Okay. So we found his wife, who's also a criminal.
Damn it, man. Honestly.
This man has at least 22 charges on him, ranging from 1990 all the way up. Now, remember, 1990, he was 17.
Wow.
The next one is 2001. So 4 years later, he gets arrested again.
Wow.
You're absolutely right. He did not deserve to be on the streets. The sexual registry thing should have put him behind bars for a long period of time.
Okay, last thing you need to do while we finish trying to listen. Find out what that murder was. Oh, you said by car. You say it was like by car.
It was a vehicle. It was definitely a vehicular accident because they're listing vehicle.
So was he found not guilty or guilty? Because
let me check. I can look at that. I can look at the disposition of the case. That's 2008. 2008. Okay, here it is right here. So this is going to take a little. Operating a vehicle while intoxicated.
My God, today.
Let's see what the murder rap. Mr. Driver while paired. Dismissed.
Oh, it was dismissed.
Yeah, the murder, first degree murder was dismissed. He took a plea. The sex offense was dismissed also. He pleaded guilty to driving while license denied. He pleaded guilty possessing a controlled substance. He pleaded guilty operating a vehicle while intoxicated. Driving while license denied. He pleaded guilty. Dismissed for false. Guilty failure to stop. So he ran a stop sign. And that's when he hit the other person who died.
My God.
Fugitive from justice. Wait, it says fugitives from justice 1989.
What? That's before the little girl.
Yes. It was transferred back to the state.
Y'all, this man should have been locked up.
Okay, here it is. Assault, use, display of weapon, 1989, aggravated misdemeanor was dismissed. So he stood trial for the assault, use, display of weapon, and it was dismissed. I guess they dismissed it rather than charge him for that one. Remember, he was 16 at that time. Because they had him on the other thing.
Yeah.
Hell, he was a Dennis the Menace.
Disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. Ooh, okay, y'all. Because
Well, this is his third offense for not registering.
Shit, he ain't never registered. Never.
That's what I'm saying. He fails to register every time he moves. Because most sex offenders that fail to register are doing something in that area where they do not want them to know they're at.
Absolutely. Lord.
We'll actually take a photograph of their ID. They're identified by other people. This is documented on a special collection kit. These swabs are then used to swab the inside of the cheeks. They're placed in a sealed envelope. The thumbprints are taken of the subject and placed on the front of the envelope. That small envelope is placed into a larger envelope that's also sealed, and then it's submitted to our property and evidence that way. So now we know exactly who we took those swabs of, so it is their known DNA.
And were you asked to collect any other swabs at that time?
Yes, I was asked to swab his fingernails and hands.
Did you ultimately collect either a known buccal swab or swabs from Mr. Deacon's hands?
Not at this time, no.
Why was that not done?
So it's like processing anything else. We don't want to rush into it and manipulate things before we have a chance to do them in its entirety. So at this time, with the circumstances that were given, it was determined that penile swabs would also be necessary. So the detectives had decided to obtain a new search warrant, including that, and we would just do all of the swabbing at one time.
So initially, the search warrant included photographs and then swabs for a known buccal swab and swabs from Mr. Deacon's hands, correct?
Correct.
But it did not include penile swabs or swabs from his penis?
Correct.
And a decision was made to essentially go apply for a new search warrant to add penile swabs as an item to collect?
Correct.
To your knowledge then, did somebody else collect those items at a different time?
As far as I'm aware, I was sent to another location at that point.
So then at that point, where were you sent?
I was sent down to Credit Island.
Do you recall approximately what time you would have been sent down to Credit Island?
It was approximately 6:30 at that point.
Again, is that PM?
Yes, it is PM.
Why were you sent to Credit Island?
I was informed that during the interviews, there was information given that there were shoe impressions down at Credit Island that could possibly belong to the suspect. And detectives had arrived on scene and located shoe impressions that they wanted me to document.
When you arrived at the scene, who did you make contact with?
Can I check my report?
Do you have your report in front of you?
I do.
Would reviewing your report help refresh your memory about who you made contact with?
Yes, I believe it was Detective Hammis, but I just want to verify.
Your Honor, may she review her report?
She may.
Yes, it was Detective Hammis.
And did Detective Hammis then direct you towards the shoe impressions that had been located?
Towards the area, yes.
Ms. Foster, was a diagram of Credit Island prepared to help assist with orienting yourself to where those shoe impressions were located on Credit Island?
Yes, it was.
And would reviewing or looking at that diagram help assist your testimony in explaining where you went to find those shoe impressions?
Yes, it would.
Your Honor, may we use the whiteboard to have the diagram on that this time?
You may.
Okay.
Ms. Foster, are you able to generally explain the diagram of Credit Island?
Yes.
Okay. Could you approach the diagram? So starting with the bottom of the diagram, what is being depicted there? Again, towards the bottom of that.
Okay, so that is River Drive, west to east west.
And has it been labeled River Drive as well?
Yes, it has.
And turning on the map, it's labeled towards the south. Is that the entrance to Credit Island, that roadway?
Yes, so as you're coming west, it's coming from the west. I would turn south onto the roadway to enter.
Ms. Foster, I apologize for the interruption, but can I ask you to step on the other side of the witness stand over just a bit? It will allow you to speak a little more directly towards me and my court reporter, and make it easier for her here. I can see the diagram better. Thank you.
And to your knowledge, is that the only roadway that would be an entrance and an exit into Credit Island?
Yes.
Now, as you arrived at Credit Island, where would you initially have gone?
So as I turned in, I went directly to this, kind of like a little gravel area to the west, and I turned in and parked along that gravel area.
Is that area kind of like a parking lot? And then again, according to the map, what would be west of that parking lot that's depicted there?
So there's actually kind of a swampy area overflow from the Mississippi River. So depending on the time of day, the water actually comes up almost River Drive, and at other times of the day kind of ebbs back in. So what we have is a muddy, swampy area and then a body of water.
So after you pulled into that gravel area and you were directed towards the shoe impressions, where would you have gone?
So I would have been on this kind of northwest side. As you kind of come around this body of water, there was a muddy area. The shoe impression started in that muddy area, continued west into the tree line. It does become kind of heavily wooded as you continue to circle around.
Now, you've already indicated the area was muddy. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
So as you made your way northwest along that path, did you yourself observe any shoe impressions?
Yes, the shoe impressions had been previously marked by the responding officers and detectives. So there were already some evidence markers out to help indicate the pathway. So I was able to observe those shoe impressions. And then I also did a secondary search looking for any additional shoe impressions. And I did not find any at that time.
Did you make any observations of the shoe impressions themselves?
Yes, so there was a pathway that officers were taking as they started searching and documented to where they had traveled. So I was trying to stay within that pathway. But that was also considerably muddy. So as you walked, the treads of your shoes were filling up with mud. So while you would leave some pretty good shoe impressions as you started walking, by the time you got into that swampy, muddy area, you were just seeing maybe an outline of the shoe impression, if any impressions at all.
Why would that be?
Just as that mud collects in that tread, it just kind of obliterates anything. It just kind of keeps caking on and caking on to the point where there's no more tread, there's no more traction.
And presumably you were wearing shoes that day?
Yes, I had boots on.
And did you make those observations about your own shoes that you were wearing?
Yes, because there's always the question, if we're seeing a shoe or a pathway going in one direction, why are we not seeing it come back in alternate directions? It's like somebody goes in but doesn't come back out. So by notating that, we're notating.
Now, you mentioned this as well, but the path of travel of the shoe impressions that were located, which direction did they appear to be going?
So the ones that I observed were going to the west and kind of circling around and then slightly back to the south.
And did you observe any shoe impressions that appeared to maybe be return shoe impressions back towards the?
Like I said, impressions where you could see an outline of a shoe, but it was really hard to determine the pathway or the directionality of where they were going.
The shoe impressions that were located, the tread that you mentioned, first, what is a tread of a shoe impression?
So the tread is what you find at the bottom of the shoe. Every shoe is different. In dress shoes, there's not much of a tread. It's just a very slick bottom. When you look at boots, you see a very heavily or deep tread pattern. Sneakers can vary. So there are design portion of the shoe. They're designed by the manufacturer. They determine that tread pattern. But it gives us a determination of what type of shoe we may be looking at.
And the shoe impressions that you observed, did the tread pattern on each of those appear consistent with one another?
Yes, they did.
Once you located the tread impressions in the mud, how did you then proceed with processing those shoe impressions?
So with shoe impressions, we cannot collect them per se. So what we do is we're going to photograph them, take overviews, intermediates, and close-ups, and then I'm going to do additional close-ups with a scale in a 1-to-1 ratio, which means that if they were to be compared later on, they can actually utilize those photographs for comparison purposes.
Oh, I'll have you take a seat here again. Did you then photograph the shoe impressions that you observed on July 10th at Credit Island?
Yes, I did.
Additionally, did you photograph any other items while you were there?
Yes, at the very end, I was informed a flip-flop had been found. So I went to that location, which was slightly more west, and took some additional photographs and collected the flip-flop.
Do you recall what that flip-flop looked like?
Can I refer to my report? I do have a description of it in my report.
Would reviewing your report help refresh your memory about the description of the flip-flop?
Yes, it would.
Make sure you refer to her report.
She may.
The flip-flop I have described as child size and originally white and pink in color.
Yeah, approach, Your Honor.
You may.
officer, I'm handing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 3-1 through 3-141. Would you please look through those exhibits? Sorry.
Is he gonna damn sleep? The hell? You a mess, dude. It's looking like, can we get this all over with?
I don't know why this is even relevant because the
Yes, I
mother
do.
did not identify the
These are
flip
the
flop
photographs that I
as
took
being
that day.
owned by the child.
You say the mother did not
Identify the flip flop as being owned by the child. Now, whether he had purchased some flip flops, I don't know. But the mother said no. That I don't recall her having a flip flop like that.
Right. Yeah, he does look like he's about to fall asleep and questions. I'm blaming me too, but I'm saying it's your trial for your life, dude. Like, honestly.
Well, the other thing I don't understand why we're asking about footprints. We're talking about 9 months after the fact.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, a lot of times people go back to see if their crime scene has been disturbed.
Mm-hmm.
You know, take a look at their handiwork, things like that.
Make sure the body's still there.
Yes, make sure the body's still there.
Mm-hmm.
And nobody's messed with it. He left it in that field just like that for a reason. Because he knew the animals would come by and, things like that.
Mm-hmm. Sad case. It man I've been to this shit so many times. He just dabbed. Y'all, we got like 20 more minutes. Can y'all believe it? I had to get me some sugar, y'all. I got some Welch's fruit snacks.
I'm eating Reese's peanut butter cups.
No, the truth, you need some Welch's fruit snacks. They're healthy. Well, not healthy, but I'm buying for the babies. It got real fruit. Reese's fruit snacks. Lord. Okay.
Reese's peanut butter cups are good for you.
Trying to eat them by the pack, and he ain't supposed to. That's his Reese's cups are his weakness. He loves them things. He was wait a minute, hold one damn minute now. I bought these snacks from the Sam's. It's about 100 packs in there. They ain't gonna miss one pack. The hell?
You know you haven't just eaten one.
I promise you, I don't even eat candy. I'm eating this to stay up.
You telling a lie. You ate more than one.
Well, every time I go to be true, I don't even eat candy. I'm just eating this for some sugar.
What is those four little fruit things going to do for you? Because there's only four. There's only 4 in that pack.
It's about 10. It's between 8 and 10. It's more than 4 now. Mm-hmm. I'm not hungry, question. That's the truth with them Reese's Buttercup. Reese's peanut butter cup. You ain't got no business eating them. All right.
Island.
And do they fairly and accurately depict the shoe impressions that you observed on July 10th, 2020 at Credit Island, as well as that pink foot walk?
Yes, they do.
At this time, Your Honor, the state would offer exhibits 3141 into evidence.
I have no objection. Those exhibits will be admitted.
They would publish some of these.
You may.
Starting then with State's Exhibit 3-2, what is being depicted here?
That is the Credit Island sign that's located at the entrance of Credit Island to show the location of where we were at.
3-3, what are we looking at here?
So that is an overview of the area where the shoe impressions were located.
And are you able to observe that roadway in this photograph as well, and the only roadway into and out of Credit Island?
Yes, you can.
This is State's Exhibit 3-5. What's being depicted here?
So this is an additional overview, and this is showing more to the west where it starts to become wooded.
This is State's Exhibit 3-6. What's being shown here?
So that is an overview of the scene, and you can see the yellow markers that are indicating the shoe impressions that we've located.
Going back quickly to 3-6, are you able to tell us which markers you're able to observe in that photograph?
So they're slightly out of order in numbering, just because I was able to locate more shoe impressions upon my arrival. 9 through 13 are very clear there, and then I believe also 1 and 2, and then the rest are slightly further west and farther back.
So this is State's Exhibit 3-8. What's being depicted here?
So this is going to be another overview of that pathway, slightly from a different angle, just to show how the shoe impressions are kind of wrapping around.
And as you're taking photographs of the shoe impressions, are you yourself moving along the path as well in the northwestern direction? This is State's Exhibit 3-11. What's being shown here?
So this is an additional overview, and if you can, it's hard to see, but in the middle of that photograph are some additional.
This is State's Exhibit 3-13. What's being shown here?
So that is a little bit more of a closer up, so more of an intermediate of that pathway, showing those evidence markers and where they're located.
And what exhibit markers are being shown here?
So that is evidence markers 3 through 8.
This is State's Exhibit 3-14. And what's being shown here?
So this is an intermediate, and what I'm showing here is We have evidence marker 7, and then we actually have kind of a gap where it becomes a lot of debris, and then you see evidence marker 8.
And was evidence marker 8 the last shoe impression that you've documented moving this northwest along that path there?
Yes, it was.
This is State's Exhibit 319.
If standing on the looking eastward.
And in State's Exhibit 32, there was a sign you mentioned that said Credit Island. Are you able to observe that same sign here in this photograph? Probably not very well with the lighting.
I was gonna say not very well on this photograph, no.
Showing you then State's Exhibit 326. What's being shown here in this photograph?
So that is a close-up of the shoe impression located by evidence marker number 12.
This is State's Exhibit 336. What's being shown here?
That is a close-up of the shoe impression located by number 9.
Now, specifically, when it came to shoe impressions 9 and 12, did you attempt to do any further processing with those shoe impressions?
So for shoe impressions 6, 9, and 12, I took additional close-up photographs with scale in case they could be utilized for comparison. And then I attempted to cast those shoe impressions to preserve them.
When you say cast a shoe impression, what does that mean?
So we use what's called bentonite stone. It's similar to plaster. We get it in a powder form, we add water and we mix it. We pour it into the bottom of the impression and then it hardens. And once it's hardened, we can remove that cast at that point and package it and submit it into evidence.
And what's the purpose of creating a cast of a shoe impression?
So once I leave that scene, you can't go back and recover that evidence. It's potentially gone once you release that scene. And with shoe impressions, I have no way to physically remove that shoe impression from the ground. So I want to document it in as many ways possible, and in many, I apologize, in many ways as possible, and preserve it as best as possible in case we're able to locate shoes. And comparison or an examiner that does comparisons of shoe wear impression can utilize those tools for the comparison.
Now, the shoes that would have left those impressions that you observed on Credit Island, fair to say that they probably would have been covered with mud?
Yes.
Again, did you make any your own observations of your own shoes that you had been wearing on that day in regards to how muddy they were?
That's the mixed fruit kind, Melissa. That's the mixed fruit kind. I got that kind and I got the island fruit kind. They both good. Shut up, be true.
Yes, they
Wow.
were literally to the point where I was having trouble walking.
I had just unmuted my mic and you told me to shut up. I was like, damn.
I know you.
All I would say, we're talking about shoe impressions. Now we're talking about fruit.
I had to let Melissa
snacks.
know.
Yeah, fruit snacks, foot impressions. Okay.
We're trying to stay woke here. We're trying to get to the good stuff, but we got to hear this stuff first. I'm just letting Melissa know I feel her. I feel her.
Blood had caked up so badly.
Now, you also mentioned locating a pink flip-flop, showing you here State's Exhibit 3-138. What's being depicted in this photograph?
So that's an intermediate of the flip-flop. It was actually a white in color flip-flop with a pink strap.
And this is State's Exhibit 141. What's being shown here?
And that's another intermediate to show the position and its condition upon us locating it.
Then State's Exhibit 139. What's being shown here?
That is a close-up of the flip-flop once it's been turned over.
Did you collect that flip-flop at this time?
Yes, I did.
And What did you do with it once you collected that item?
It was brought back to the station. We made sure it was put in a secure area to continue drying because it was still slightly wet. Once it was completed drying, it was packaged and sealed in a paper bag and placed into property and evidence.
Again, I'm going to ask you to return to the diagram again. Could you just generally point out at first, again, where those shoe impressions or the footprints were on the diagram?
So it's been a while, but the best of my recollection is as you're traveling west and coming through this area, you start to go all the way down into the heavily wooded portion of it.
And then to the best of your recollection, are you able to show on the diagram where that pink flip-flop was located?
It would have been slightly further west of where that body of water was. So it probably wouldn't even be on the diagram. It's going to be further west.
And again, that area is pretty heavily wooded.
Yes, it was where the flip-flop was located. It was all wooded area.
Did you have any further involvement then with this particular investigation?
No, I did not.
I don't have any further questions for you.
Mr. Waters.
Here we go.
Ma'am, I want to first talk to you about your involvement with the Chevrolet Impala, okay? That would have been on July 10th of 2020, right?
Correct.
And what time again was that at? I think you said 2:30 p.m.
Yes.
Okay, and essentially you've testified that you went in there and you took some photographs and that you used a methodology called alternative light source. Is that how you put it?
It's an alternate light source.
Okay, and then my understanding is that that alternate light source is being put up to some form of stain, right?
So we use it to view the interior of the vehicle, and it would help us locate any evidence, so we can even see other items, but the biological fluids will fluoresce for us to be able to visualize them.
Okay, and biological fluids could contain anything like blood, semen, vaginal secretion, something like that, right?
Usually when we say biological, we don't consider blood. It's more of the saliva, semen, and vaginal secretions. Those will fluoresce. Blood actually absorbs light, so it looks like a very matte, really dark area.
Okay, so then I think you testified that in the back seat of the Chevrolet Impala, that popped up, right?
So there were two areas in the back middle portion of that rear seat that did fluoresce, yes.
Okay, but your involvement wouldn't have anything to do with testing whether this was blood or semen or saliva or some other bodily secretion, right?
No, I did no further testing on that vehicle.
Okay, so you couldn't tell me whether it was blood, saliva, semen,
Correct.
vaginal fluid, anything like that?
Correct.
Okay. And I'll be brief, I promise, but I think the next step that you took is that you took pictures of Mr. Dinkins, right?
After the vehicle was completed, yes, I went upstairs and took photographs of Mr. Dinkins.
What time of day would that have been?
It was approximately 5:57.
Yes, that would have been July 10th of 2020 as well.
Yes, and it was
Okay.
PM.
And you mentioned earlier in your testimony that the police told you that Mr. Dinkins was a suspect, right?
I don't know if they use the word suspect or involved subject that we had a search warrant for.
Okay, well, do you remember giving a deposition in this matter?
Yes, I do.
I think that was on May 9th of 2023. Does that sound correct?
Correct.
And if I were to tell you that your testimony in your deposition says I was requested to process the suspect, would you have any reason to believe that I'm not telling you the truth?
No, I would not.
Okay. And what time of day? I know you just told me that it was 5:57 p.m. that when you went up there, but I imagine you were responding to some police officers to tell you to go take some pictures, right?
Correct. I would have gone to the detective bureau and met with the detectives.
Okay, so then at what time of day did the detectives or the police officers tell you to go take these pictures of Mr. Dinkins?
I would be shortly afterwards. I could only tell by looking at the photographs. There is a timestamp on the photographs.
Okay, well, let me put it this way. You began taking pictures of the car at 2:30 p.m., right?
Correct.
How long did that take?
As soon as I was completed, I immediately responded upstairs, so it took quite a while for all of that
Maybe.
processing to be completed.
Maybe about 3 hours?
That sounds about correct, yes.
And then the next step you took in this investigation, or your assignment, I'll call it that, was taking fingernail swabs, right?
That was requested when I responded, yes.
That was, I imagine, soon after taking pictures of Mr. Dinkins?
So when I went upstairs, they informed me they wanted all of that completed at that time. So I was informed of that. I started with the photographs. And then it was brought up that the penile swabs had not been included in the search warrant. And then upon discussion, it was determined to wait for that additional search or for the new search warrant to be completed.
Okay, so how much time had passed between you taking the fingernail swabs and then the information that you wanted to have, they wanted to have the penile swabs?
I did not take the fingernail swabs. We were not going to do any swabbing whatsoever until we were able to do them all at one time.
Gotcha. Why were the penile swabs deemed necessary?
I'm not sure how to answer that question.
Exactly. You know what? Ooh, he's pissing me off.
I will, I'll move on. I'll just talk to you just lastly about these shoe impressions. Again, that would have been July 10th of 2020?
Correct.
Okay, so this must have been, I'm imagining maybe 7 p.m.?
I believe you responded at 6:30.
You okay, Fawn? Fawn.
What?
Are you okay?
That question right there pissed me off. You know damn well why they was taking a penile swab.
Exactly. And you know the defense is gonna be an idiot about it.
Don't play with me.
By this time, they knew he was a sex offender.
Exactly. And why wouldn't they?
So let Fawn finish her tantrum. Go ahead.
No,
Go ahead.
he's a dick. He's a dick. I'm done.
I knew that was gonna piss Fawn off. I knew it.
And so you take, I'm guessing, somewhere in that stack of photos over here, somewhere around 200 pictures. Sound fair?
It was approximately that, yes.
Okay. Now, were you involved at all with comparing those impressions to any other shoot?
No, our job as the crime scene technician is just to preserve and collect, document that evidence. Once it's placed into property evidence and the photographs are downloaded, any additional comparisons or examinations are determined by the detectives and sent to our state lab.
Okay, that's just somebody else's job.
Yep, correct.
Then, with that in mind, you couldn't tell me whether the impressions that you took pictures of or the cast that you took, you couldn't tell me whether that was from a boot or a shoe or from some other sort of footwear, right?
No, I would not be able to tell you that.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Ms. O'Donnell,
I don't have any further questions, Your Honor.
you may step down.
She looked at him like bitch and walked out.
Child. Let me see. Let me see.
They're having a huddle.
Yeah, it's gonna be at the end of it.
They're gonna be like, "Go team!"
Let me see if I can fast forward just a little because.
Thank you, because I was getting tired of looking at that flat woman's booty.
I'm done.
Look who strolled. Look who strolled over there at the end. I said, look who strolled over there after the.
My internet is acting.
Oh, you can't hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh.
Okay, let's see what he's going to say.
I do not find that there's anything discussed within the bench conference that is of any confidential nature. I always like to make a record of my bench conferences during the course of a trial to make a good record of a trial. So with that, I will make the record on that bench trial. And as we progress through the case, I will do that after each bench conference so that there is the record. And I also always invite the attorneys to add to the record if they feel it's necessary, or just confirm that that's a fair summary of the bench conference. The bench conference that we had, the state was advising the court that the next witness may take a bit of a time. There's some additional photographs that will be introduced through that witness, and the state felt that it would be more appropriate to have that as their first witness tomorrow morning rather than start and then interrupt that visit. And there was no objection by the defense. Is that a fair summary, Ms. O'Donnell?
Yes, Your Honor.
And Mr. Waters?
It is, Your Honor.
Thank you. With that, we will adjourn for the day. We'll reconvene at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Thank you. Have a good evening.
All right, y'all. That's it for today. We will be back tomorrow. Well, no, we'll be back Wednesday because I got some stuff to cover on my daily crime. Wednesdays and Fridays, and daily crime is Tuesdays and Thursdays. So be true fun. Y'all want to say anything before we head out? I know fun is upset, honey.
Well, go ahead, Fun. You still got a little bit in you, a little
No.
tantrum in you.
No, I'm just trying to keep my lunch down after looking at that damn picture of that man.
Don't look, ooh, child. I know, right?
You were so wrong for that.
What I want to say is this: why was he still on the street?
That's why I'm pissed, because the system failed
again.
Because that little girl could have still been living, and I guarantee you, he done molested and messed with some other kids.
Still been living. Not only did he commit the act and was convicted, he failed to follow the rules upon his release of letting, register more than one time. What, 3 times, be true?
More than that.
With him failing to register, should have let them know that he was doing some other shit. He ain't got no business.
He failed to register 2003, 2007, 2009, 2014, and now 2019.
Wow.
Tell me his ass wasn't supposed to be locked up.
They kept dismissing those charges.
Wow.
Because
what happened to the 3 strikes? That's it.
Well, but he kept pleading guilty to other charges, so they would dismiss the failure to register charges.
See that?
So he would plead guilty to something else, and then they negotiate guilty on this, but you have to dismiss this, this, and this, and they do it. They dismiss it.
That's a failure, just flat out. Flat out. What anywho, y'all? We're gonna get out of here. I enjoyed it. I'm just upset. Detroit, what did you want to say before we head
out? Tonight, 8 p.m. Eastern time.
You going live?
Yes, going live tonight. Miss Liz is pissed, like always.
And don't do me, Liz.
Yeah. And of course, me and Miss Liz have been arguing because she saw, I guess, the Memphis show, and she was arguing with me that was Melissa's picture. I go, that's Flexi. That's not Melissa on that picture. That's Flexi dressed up as Melissa. And she's like, damn it, that's Melissa. I go, it's not Melissa. It's Flexi dressed up as Marissa. And she's like, oh, I'm fucking going to that.
A lot of people be saying she looked like Melissa.
Yeah,
when she dressed up.
She said, I'm buying my tickets right now.
Yeah.
So I guess Miss Liz is going to that show.
Where is it gonna be at?
Memphis.
Mm-hmm.
I guess she'll be sitting. Chuckles. She'll be sitting next to Trey.
Oh gosh, I'm so y'all flexible bees. I know y'all missed. I'm gonna tell her to make an appearance. You know she's a star. She got to come in by helicopter.
And Clown, what are you talking about later?
I'm gonna go over what Truth was talking about the phone call and him denying it, and now all of a sudden he admits it. So there's some things, and of course
the hobo.
Yeah. Of course, Helmet Head was just screaming for entire 3 hours. You know how I said she was.
Wait a minute, hold on, because I know that bitch ain't had nothing to say out of phone call. She done made. She
she talked about that. But see, the thing is that remember I said she better come with it. This better be a spectacular show.
Oh, did she do that live?
Yes, she did that live, and it was.
Was it a banger?
No, it was a dud. My name now is Christopher W.
Wait a minute. Hold on.
Yeah, that's my name now.
Wait, no. I know that name.
Yes, he's from the beef sector.
Oh God, I've seen I've seen him, and you're not him.
Poor Christopher is very sick right now.
I've seen him. I've heard him talk, and you're not him.
Well, according to them and her chat, I am.
This is, you know what?
But you know, my thing is, old homeless hobo was going in on you, and was talking about, you know, the jade and stuff, and I'm like, huh? He just repeating stuff that he heard. I'm like, none of that. Nobody's produced any receipts on that, but here you are.
You know what? To be honest, don't nobody give a damn about the jade shit no more.
Yeah, well, he does.
Everybody knows that they lied, and everybody.
Right. I mean, if you
except for him.
No video, no nothing.
That always come with receipts, so she say ain't showed shit that she said. Ain't showed nothing. Tony gave her verbal permission to put the damn video or whatever the fuck she said she got out. She ain't got it. The bitch is a liar. I mean,
no one cares anymore. At least
right. But you want to know something? That is the trick they wanted. That's that was the illusion. That was the whole game plan for the illusion. Was we're gonna talk, and then we ain't gonna say nothing, and then it would just poof go away.
That's why this YouTube is so dangerous, because people can put out lies that are absolutely not true, and other dumb, ignorant ass motherfuckers will take it and run with it and keep repeating it. And the more they repeat it, the dumber they look, because the bitch that put the lie down, the bitch ass, know that they lied and they laughing.
And
the bottom line is they mad because they plan backfired on their ass.
Yeah, and now, but see, here's the thing though. It's not. The problem is, it's not them carrying the bones. It's other people carry the bones.
Yeah, because they Simon Says bitches. Simon Says and follow the leader. You know, and monkey see, monkey do. That's what they are. All of them. Every last one of them. They want to take that shit and run with it. Because guess what? The shit don't bother me.
Well, but he's really mad at you. I mean, really mad at you because you made that phone call, and I was like, this bitch better not say a thing about that damn phone call. When you called motherfucking funeral homes to dox a dead woman.
So he called CPS, right?
Yeah. No, but I'm saying is,
wait, Detroit, wait a minute, because I went out. Y'all is storming outside. I'm sorry. Repeat what you said.
I said, how is she going to complain about you calling the nursing home to verify he was there when this bitch called a bunch of funeral homes looking for a dead woman so she could dox a dead woman?
Come on. You think I'm concerned about what that bitch got to say? I hope not. I hope not. I don't give a fuck what nobody has to say.
She should go playing.
These folks been fucking with me. I ain't say I don't talk to them, deal with them, watch them, nothing. And he ain't mad yet. Oh, he ain't mad yet, y'all.
Oh, that phone call got him pissed now. That phone call wait. I gotta say this before. He said that the state gang women are professional and beautiful, way beyond over here.
Huh?
What?
You mean the 4C gang?
Yes, or the 4C gang. The 4C gang. I'm sorry, the 4C gang is way more professional and beautiful than the Sippers and the State gang.
Come on, ignorant old hands over there.
Yeah, no, I was like, ain't them bitches average about 82? Each of them bitches are in diapers. They
don't know about these in this chat right here. You don't know about these ones.
But coming from him, that is not an insult.
It really is. It really is.
I don't think nobody in this chat is fucking insulted by that.
I don't think they are neither.
No.
Because they see what's over there.
Well, but the other thing, he kept calling you fat, that fat bitch. And I'm like, have you looked down? Have you looked down? Have you ain't said you fat nasty? I go, bitch, you pushed the play button and showed yourself in a ratty fucking shirt with holes in it. could you call
Every time
anyone
I'm finna go in, my
anything?
dog pop up. God don't like ugly. Listen, bitch, you got shit up under your fingernail when you digging your ass on the nightly. You better shut the fuck up. You better shut the fuck up.
Sometimes when I listen, I go, what did he say? I have to rewind a little bit.
I can't listen.
It's like,
I just absolutely
really? You people are ridiculous. And the people in the chat, oh yeah, that's him. That's Christopher W. That's Christopher W. I'm like, it's like you just tasted for the first time watermelon. Oh my God, this is watermelon. This is watermelon.
Oh, talk about watermelon. You cannot talk about watermelon, be true. You cannot bring out watermelon.
Oh, that's right. That's right. I'm sorry.
You can't talk about chicken, watermelon.
No, chicken or watermelon.
None of
Yeah,
that
none of it. None of it. None of it. But I'm just saying,
absolutely ridiculous.
They in there agreeing. Oh yeah, that is him. Oh yeah, that's him. I'm like, are you for real?
Child.
And of course, all the players were in Helmet Head. Beefcake, Lard Father has returned. He showed up. He was in there, baby. after his vacation.
Child, I can't entertain that. Miss, you have fun with it. I listen to you. I do my shit. I listen to you. I ain't got time.
You can live through me vicariously.
I will. With that, I will. I'm not studying it.
It's hilarious. It's hilarious to me.
She got that person from the beef sector. A question. That man is in the beef sector.
Yeah.
Supposedly, she's finna run a whole play on them people over there.
Yeah, supposedly they ran me out of the beef sector. As Christopher W. They ran me out.
I just said I'm gonna do. Well, no, I didn't just say it. I said it at the beginning, Shay. I'm gonna do that tomorrow, sweetheart. I'm doing that tomorrow. I'm so upset about it, but I'm gonna cover it. Yep. All right, y'all. I gotta get off of here. I am in the process. Actually, I've been multitasking this whole time. I'm cooking dinner, so I can take my afternoon nap so I can get up for D2. I might go live again. I don't know. I doubt it, but I might before D2 go live. I don't know. I got a phone call. Okay, Fun Baby. Thank you, sweetheart. Thank you so much, Fun, for hitting the link. All right, D2, we're gonna get out of here. I ain't
all right. I'm preparing my promo right now.
All right. I'll share it when I see it. I'm sure.
All right, thank you.
All right, you're welcome. All right, y'all. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all so much for supporting this commentary. Y'all have a blessed, beautiful day. It's raining here, but I love the rain. I just don't like when it do damage. But y'all have a beautiful, blessed day. Y'all be safe, be blessed, never stressed. And if I don't go back live, I will see y'all over at The Truth. Okay? And then at Trey's. Okay? All right, Tamara, watch the replay, sweetie. Let's do that. Love y'all. Y'all be good, okay? I'll see y'all later on. Shout out to the Truth Divas in the State gang, okay? And we're out of here. Access my regular. I'm talking. Takes my